Good evening and welcome to this beautiful July evening to the City of Roswell Mayor and City Council meeting for July 11th, 2022. I am Mayor Kurt Wilson. I'd like to now acknowledge the council members present. Councilmember Christine Hall, Councilmember Lee Hills, Councilmember William Mortland, Councilmember Michael Palermo, Councilmember Peter Vanstrom. I'll now turn it over to our City Administrator, Randy Knighton, to explain how the meeting is run. Mr. Knighton.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson, and good evening to everyone. In accordance with Section 3.70 of the City Code, the City Council shall hold regular public meetings. The purpose of City Council meetings are for the public to participate and speak on agenda items which constitute formal decisions by the elected body. These items are listed on the published agenda, which can be accessed via the city website prior to the meeting. This is a public meeting, and some items require a formal public hearing. A significant and important component of city council meetings are to hear directly from citizens on items listed on the agenda. Public comments or questions are essential for the mayor and council to incorporate as they contemplate each decision. Citizens are at the top of the organizational chart for the City of Roswell, and therefore it is imperative for mayor and council to hear from citizens in these city council meetings. If you would like to speak on an item, we ask that you fill out a comment card, which are located at the back of the room and at the podium, and to ensure an accurate record of the meeting. We ask, of course, that everyone observe the principles of mutual respect and display the appropriate demeanor during the course of the meeting this evening, which should be and is reflective of this great community. The mayor is the presiding officer of the meeting and will ensure the orderly exchange of comments, questions, and discussion leading to decision-making by the elected body. I would encourage those in attendance and the viewing audience to visit the city website for meetings, events, and departmental information. We also encourage everyone to review and participate in the various activities and offerings in the City of Roswell. There are a number of events scheduled this summer which promote physical activity, community, and leisure as we all make Roswell the #1 family community in America. Thank you, Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. At this time, I'd like to call Dory Griggs, City of Roswell Fire Department Chaplain, to the front for the invocation and moment of silence. Welcome, Dory.
Please join me. Holy One, we ask your blessing and guidance for the leadership of the City of Roswell. Be with them as they discern best steps for our community. We recognize the service of Captain Stephen Haynes tonight and are thankful for his service and the service of all members of our military. Be with all those who keep our city safe, our police and 911 communication officers, and our firefighters. We are so thankful for their service. This evening, guide the discussions. Where there may be disagreements, help the members of this council move forward in respect and in the spirit of collaboration, always keeping the best interest of our community in the forefront of all discussions and decisions. Be with all members of our community. Keep us safe in your care. We are grateful for your presence here in this place. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dory. At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Jonathan Crooks, who is a member of the Roswell Rotary Club, to lead us in the pledge. Welcome, Jonathan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank you for this opportunity to lead us in the pledge this evening and ask if I could give you just a quick story, since we are just 1 week removed from the 246th celebration of the Declaration of Independence. The story is from the 50th celebration. A few days before July 4th, 1826, a delegation from the town of Quincy, Massachusetts, visited its most famous resident, former President John Adams. The purpose was to secure a toast to be given several days hence at the celebration. The words that they got from the former president were these: "I will give you independence forever," the former president said. When asked if there was anything he wished to add to it, his reply was very simple. He said, "Not a word." So on this night, just 4 short years shy of our 250th, I give you the words of former President John Adams. I will give you independence forever, and ask that all, as they have risen to uncover, those in military, veterans, as well as in uniform, please salute. All others, please cover your heart as we say the Pledge of Allegiance to the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jonathan. Very well done, sir. Next on the agenda is the mayor's report. And the first item is the reading of a proclamation for the Esteemed Veteran of Roswell Award to Captain Stephen E. Hayes. At this time, I'd like to call Captain Stephen E. Haynes forward for the proclamation. Proclamation, Office of the Mayor, Captain Stephen E. Haynes, Esteemed Veteran of Roswell. Whereas in 1976, Steve Haynes graduated from Georgia State University with a bachelor's degree in geography, specializing in cartography. He was commissioned a second lieutenant in the United States Air Force that same year through the Reserve Officer Training Corps at Georgia Tech University. After training in the T-37, T-43, AT-38, and the F-4E Phantom II, Second Lieutenant Haynes reported for his first operational assignment as a weapons systems officer flying 4Es in the 339 Tactical Fighter Squadron at Moody Air Force Base, Georgia, where he was promoted to first lieutenant. And whereas during his remote assignment flying F-4Ds in the 80th Tactical Fighter Squadron at Kunsan Air Force Base in the Republic of Korea, he was promoted to captain and flight instructor. Steve's next assignment was a flight examiner flying F-4Es in the 335th Tactical Fighter Squadron at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, North Carolina, which was dual-based at Ramstein Air Force Base, Germany. Following this assignment, he joined 128th Tactical Fighter Squadron in the Georgia Air National Guard flying F-4Ds at Dobbins Air Force Base, Georgia. And whereas upon retiring in 1988, Captain Haynes was honorably discharged by the United States Air Force and bestowed the following medals and decorations. Air Force Commendation Medal with 1 oak leaf cluster. Air Force Outstanding Unit Award, Combat Readiness Medal with 1 oak leaf cluster, Air Force Short Tour Ribbon, Air Force Longevity Service Award Ribbon with 1 oak leaf cluster, Air Force Training Ribbon, and Georgia Commendation Medal. And whereas while in the military, in addition to church leadership responsibilities, Steve supported an orphanage with donations of clothing and sports equipment, and he gave multiple scout units opportunities to fly the F-4 flight simulator. Steve also volunteered as a shortwave radio operator using the military auxiliary radio system to help enable others to make free overseas calls back home to family and friends. Steve Haynes has continued to serve his fellow veterans by co-founding VetBuds in 2011 along with Kent Sharp and Bill Williams, both United States Army Vietnam veterans. Kent, Bill, and Steve met 11 years ago through their service with the Roswell United Methodist Job Networking Group. The mission statement of VetBuds is to support and to provide assistance to other veterans. And whereas we remember that the strength of our community and nation is in our collective bond to a spirit of service, and that there's no higher calling than those who have served in the United States Armed Forces. We also remember with great appreciation Candy Haynes, Steve's wife of 48 years, who supported him throughout his military service and the years and many acts of community service, including over 20 years leading to donations of gifts and necessities for foster children in Fulton County. And now therefore, I, Kurt M. Wilson, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby name Captain Steve E. Haynes, an esteemed veteran of Roswell, and call upon all our citizens to recognize his outstanding service to his country and to our community. Captain Haynes, would you like to say a few words?
Just a few. I asked for 20 minutes, but I was
We
told
got it.
I got to keep it down.
Of all nights, we got 20 minutes. Just a nice night.
Wonderful. No, I really appreciate the recognition, not only for myself, but also pardon me, for those veterans who have served in times of combat. My service was all during the Cold War era, and we were ready to go at any time. It was something that we had plenty of exercises, deployments, and training. I don't know how much of you know about F-4s, but they're amazing airplanes. They're a multi-role, capable airplane. We trained in air combat, nuclear, chemical, regular old dumb bombs, as well as laser-guided bombs, TV-guided bombs, and missiles. So we had a lot of different missions to be training for, and it was really a significant tool that we had to help deter aggression. And so I do appreciate this and appreciate the recognition not only of the veterans from times past, but current. And there are a lot of folks perhaps more deserving than I for this, but appreciate the opportunity that Roswell does in terms of recognizing veterans. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Robin, who limited my talk, but that's okay. You know, you can't tell Robin no. I told Robin, I said, Robin, there are plenty of folks that have done a lot more than I have, and she wouldn't have it. So I don't know, Mayor, did you have that trouble with Robin where she just refuses?
Pretty much all the time.
Yeah, pretty much all of that. I thought that might be. No, but thank you so much. I appreciate the effort that you went through to pull all this together. So thank you all for being here. I'm grateful for this recognition.
You stay up here and take some. I know City Council would like to come down and take some pictures. Candy, I know you'd love to join us as well, please. This is for you.
It's just like Mike's.
Looks pretty good.
Darn good. Gotta get one more. This is Lexi and this is Steve's boss, and she came tonight.
Come on, Lexi.
Lexi, come on.
Candy, you gotta stay up here.
You stand like that, so I'll get on the other side. How's that? Thank you.
So the good news about, you have an agenda in front of you, and I'm going to depart from it for a minute because a gentleman came up here to me at the dais right before the meeting. His name is Michael Dowda. He too is a veteran, and Michael is upset, I think, about some events here in the city, and I want to give Michael an opportunity to come up and address those as part of the mayor's report. So Michael, I'm inviting you and your service dog. Thank you for your service. Here at the podium, I ask you to keep it to 5 minutes if you would, please, sir. And come tell us, come up here if you're comfortable. I can bring a microphone to you if you'd rather speak in the back.
Where it's cool on his belly, so I'm gonna leave him back there.
I understand. Michael, thank you. I saw your yellow card. Thank you for filling that out. Welcome. Thank you, and we appreciate your service, and thank you for being here with tonight.
I was a few years ahead of the captain there, wherever he goes. I don't know where he went. Thank you for having me up here. It's not just me. It's approximately 40 other residents that reside at 199 Grove Way, the HUD housing facility. And what, about 2 months ago, 3 months ago, there's several of the tenants here with us. We were informed that we had to move. Some people have been there for 40 years. Some people have been there for 30 years. And my service dog, Alfie, and myself have been there for a year and a half after being on a waiting list for 2 years. 2 years, folks. Now, the only reason we've been told that we're having to move is because that one main building, strip of apartments, is condemned. All I've seen is paperwork. I've got other things that came out and propped up some of the building to keep it supposedly from falling. But yet, we, so far, it's only about 8 or 9 people have been able to find other places to live. And this was through some work with the Marietta Housing Authority, with the Gainesville Housing Authority, and with the Roswell Housing Authority. But we have until August the 28th, that we have to be out of the property and hopefully find someplace else to live. The hard part of this is that I haven't found any apartments that accept a voucher in this city or any other city where there's not at least a 2-year waiting list. Now, you know, I'm a college graduate, and a lot of you folks are just more than me, but two years and a month and a half just don't equate to finding us a place to live. I spoke to Mr. Wilson when I walked in, came up and introduced myself, and he was kind enough to want to talk to me a few minutes, and now I'm up here wasting all your time. Hope not, but we have a problem, sir, ladies, residents. We have 40 people that will not have a place to live. We've been promised that we would be in an extended stay facility. They would come out and pack our goods. They would give us a check for $100 for gas and another check for $100 for security deposits. It just doesn't work that way. Then we would have a check for $1,300 to help us with the moving expenses. So I think tomorrow or later this week, there's going to be an article in the daily newspaper here, not the DJC, kind of explaining what's happened. And I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I'm here to help work with you to get this issue resolved. I don't think the building has to be torn down. I do know a little bit about construction. But if it's that dangerous, why haven't we been moved out of our present existence there? Why hasn't there been the moving van trucks pulled up and emptied one apartment after another into the truck. All right, I got the yellow button. What does that mean? Oh, okay, I didn't even, all right, that's fine. But I'm sure that with the hard work of the mayor and the council and other city employees, and especially the residents, citizens of Roswell, we're gonna get this resolved. I was homeless for almost 4 years. My dog Alfie, he's laying up there where it's nice and cool. He's a service dog to the VA, and I got 30 seconds here. I'm not gonna be homeless again. I'll soon get my home in heaven, but we've got to solve this problem. Thank you very much.
Michael, thank you for your service, and Phil, would you mind staying up there? I just want to share with you a few comments, because I think I can't answer all the questions, but let me relay a few comments from me.
I lost my hearing in Nam, flying C-130s. I know, where's that captain? Did he leave?
He's gone.
He's gone, okay.
Can you-
He knows what a C-130 is.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's much better, thank you.
Okay. What do I have here? Oh. Thank you, Michael. So I want to share with you, and I think that the reporter who wrote the article for the Herald is here. She's an outstanding young reporter. We're blessed to have a newspaper here locally called the Alpharetta, Johns Creek, Herald, among other cities that it serves. And I want to tell you that literally from the day that I stepped into office, I began working on the RHA, the Roswell Housing Authority. And I guess what I need to let you and our other residents know, what you may not know, is that Roswell is the only city in North Fulton County that has a housing authority. And, you know, we, as a candidate for mayor, I heard some things that were concerning to me and said, you know, if we get elected, and this, I want you to take a good look at this group of people, because this group of people has been equally committed to solving the issue and the challenge of the housing authority here in Roswell. And you're probably saying, well, what the heck? Why is this just happening? And what I would say to the Alpharetta Herald in the back is, there is a fantastic article to be written, a fantastic expose to be written, but you didn't write it. You wrote about the current circumstances. You didn't write about how we got here. There's an incredible story, and there's a story that needs to be written and told about how the housing authority got to the place where it is today. And you're looking at the leadership here that has inherited dozens of years of issues with the housing authority. And when we got into it, we recognized, look, we got to solve the problem. And with all due respect, the first thing that was very apparent to us, to myself and the city administrator, is that we had 40 residents that we considered to be in immediate peril from a potential collapse of a building. And to your point, why wasn't that addressed in the years past is part of the story that should be written. It's part of the investigation that should be done. Part of the question is, why is it this council and this mayor are the first ones finally dealing with the Roswell Housing Authority? The second part of that is, to your very logical questions, is why can't we get moved, is because it's a HUD program. It is a federal program. We do not have purview over the program, yet being Roswell, we are responsible, and that's why we looked at, the only thing we had the purview to do was to protect the residents and living in those buildings and saying, that building is unsafe. And if it doesn't get fixed, many people could get hurt or die. And that was the reason we took immediate action. You're right. It should have been taken a long time ago. And you're right. We are trying to engage in a very positive, very ongoing relationship in terms of the Housing Authority and the leadership of the Housing Authority, the executive board, the board and the executive chairman, to begin coming up with solutions on how can we help. It is a matter sir, I can tell you that we take deeply serious, and we don't even begin to understand the challenges that you and your fellow residents are in. But I want you to know that we are aware of it and that we are trying to do something about it. And I want you to know that it is not falling on deaf ears. And the reason that's an issue today in front of the community is because this elected leadership and staff had the courage to actually step and do something about the housing authority instead of pretending like it didn't exist. And I'm telling it to you as a fellow resident and as the elected mayor and elected leader of this city. We got on this quickly because we recognized we had a responsibility to our fellow residents in the housing authority. It has been ignored way too long, and the reason you're seeing action is because we are getting involved. So I know that's not what you want to hear exactly, but I want you to hear it from me. And I want you to know that Mr. Knighton and I'm responsible for the fact that that your building got condemned. And that was a matter of safety. It was a matter of, I was concerned that building would collapse and that I would lose 40 Roswell residents. And that was the basis of the decision. And you're right, it's infuriating that you cannot find any place, because we've been trying ourselves to find other places that will take you in and your fellow residents anywhere around. It's incredibly difficult. So I don't have a solution for you tonight, but I want you to know we are working on it.
I believe you, Mayor. We have until August the 28th to solve a problem. Fix the problem, please.
Yes, sir. I want to let you know part of that is there's an ongoing, this is not done, but we're working with a potential developer to try to create a plan, but it doesn't solve the immediate problem of trying to get a developer in the housing authority sector to get new and upgraded housing there. The problem is it doesn't take care of your problem and your fellow residents' problem today.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you,
Gentlemen.
sir. Would anybody else that's here from 199 Grove like to address the issue? I thank you for being here. I know it's not easy being here, and I know you're in a really bad spot. And I want you to know that we know you're in a bad spot. And you are not forgotten. I give you my word. All right. Council, any comments? Thoughts on the matter? Randy?
I think you covered it, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Knighton. Thank you, folks. All right, so the second item on the mayor's report is an approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign an IGA, intergovernmental agreement with the Roswell Downtown Development Authority, RDDA, to complete a city master plan. This was deferred from the June 27, 2022 mayor and council meeting. And at this time, are there any comments from council? No comments from council. I would happily take it to my fellow residents here in Roswell. Anybody from Roswell would like to? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Or I can bring a microphone to you if you'd rather stay back there. Whatever you're more comfortable doing. Welcome, sir. Share with us who you are and where you live in Roswell, and we're glad you're here.
My name's Derek Wood, and I live in the Heatherton community here in Roswell, and I've lived here for 4 years. I've been a homeowner for 10, and 36, father of 1, and having a good time living in Roswell and participating in Little Leagues. I'm coming mostly to comment and introduce myself to you all, as well as to some of the committee members that I've met at previous meetings, because I'm not from the area, I'm not from the South, and I've only been here 4 years, and I mentioned I've owned the property for 10. And I came back because of the promise of being a family community. And what that means to me with a family community is that we have great family events. Alive After 5 really sold my wife and I in the area. about 10 years ago. We thought, this is awesome. Let's live around this place. This is really nice. We took our first stint here in the Atlanta area in Sandy Springs, and we ended up choosing Roswell over a number of other townships. Now, we had a 3-month project overseas that lasted 4 years, and we had permanent residents, and we weren't thinking we were going to come back. And then I had an opportunity to come back to the States for a job opportunity I couldn't say no to, and the location was USA. So I thought, okay, well, where in the USA am I going to go back? And after 6 months of lengthy deliberation, we decided, well, you know, we never really got Roswell under our belt. We got there long enough to almost unpack all of our boxes, and then we left and never returned. So let's go back and let's have some fun on Canton Street. And we did. As I've started to explore the area, which has been kind of tough over the last couple of years, I've noticed some things that are falling a little short of the promise of being a good family community. And some of the comments I like to address here, and I hope this is taken to heart with the city plan, because that's why we've chosen to stay. Some of these things are just general incomplete context. One such example is kind of funny, but if you go down Holcomb Bridge Road East, you'll find a number of signs that just say no. For what reason, I don't know. Every couple of 100 feet, you'll get another reminder that, in case you were wondering, the answer is still no. Just in the middle of the road, trees on one side, vacant shopping center on the other, no again. So four no signs I think I counted over the last month driving up and around the area, and I just thought, oh, that's kind of funny. But it's indicative of some of the other incomplete decisions, or the decisions we make on incomplete context. I don't think I have to go through the Oxbow Road project, which was disappointing and continues to be a burr in the side of the community. But in general, the neglect of general real estate trends and demand of new families looking for family communities. Things like not just walkability, but that includes all pedestrian traffic, protected, safe bike lanes. You know, if you go down Oxbow Road, well, you can't anymore, but Grimes Bridge Road, you know, paint is not infrastructure. That bike lane still does not allow me to safely pass in the morning, which is my only commute because I've worked from home for a decade. But you cannot safely pass people on these roads if you need 3 feet of space. So it's a problem, and I'd like to see that addressed. And you also see that trending around Atlanta and the whole nation are, can we ride our bike around and have fun? I'd like to leave my garage with my bicycle rather than having to put it on a rack or in the back of a truck. The addition of just the ability to do that is also the safety of doing so. I live a quarter mile from the river, which is another reason that Roswell was such an attractive community to me. I've always lived near water, makes me feel nice and pretty, and I'd like to continue feeling nice and pretty, and that's why I chose the neighborhood. But I can't get a quarter mile down the road from my house because it's not safe. Now, when we're looking at raising a generation of new independent people, if this generation of children has a threat of constant danger from vehicles and they don't have safe passageways via bikes or skateboards or whatever they want to do to get around, that is not raising a generation of independent adults. That's raising a generation that's dependent. They're stuck unless I drive them around, unless my wife drives them around. And we're both working, so where's the time to drive them around? We're raising a bunch of homebodies, and it's not because, you know, this new generation just likes to be on their iPad. There are no safe passageways to get around. So I'm introducing myself today because I plan on saying hi more often at the Transportation Committee meetings with Jason and friends, who I found to share a lot of my preferences for how I like to see things designed, and to you all, because I plan on seeing you this month and next month. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much. Yes, sir, Councilmember Palermo.
So, thank you, Mayor Wilson. I just want to say, actually, I appreciate the comments, and certainly I think a lot of residents share your goal and your view of just making this a great family-friendly, safe community, and a big part of that being safe transportation. And so what I wanted to bring up related to that is, since you said you're getting closer to starting to pay attention of the different decisions being made, et cetera, is one, I'd certainly encourage having a look at the bike ped master plan, where from a bike ped master plan, that was something that had a lot of resident input and the opportunity to create a lot more just safe mobility, not just in an automobile. And that's something where there were a handful of pieces of the bike ped master plan that were a part of the T-Splosh 2, which voters overwhelmingly approved, and they were priority one projects, which means we're legally obligated to prioritize those and get those built. In addition to that, tonight, we're going to have a discussion on a potential bond question or questions, and a part of that deals with sidewalks, but also bike ped master plan. So there's the sidewalk aspect of filling in some sidewalk gaps, but then also the bike ped master plan and adding additional pieces of that puzzle. And then certainly, you know, as you bring up Oxbow, I think it's very clear that it's very important that we're making progress and really moving a lot of projects faster, better, more efficiently, and making sure there's never an Oxbow again. And just regarding, since you brought up Oxbow, the fact that if you're paying attention to with the 100-day plan, that although certainly not ideal, there is the fact that this mayor and council came on when it was at a standstill. There was no progress being made. Now you can see progress is being made, and there's the commitment of Christmas Eve 2023, which is obviously much later than you want. The good news is staff is very focused in how they're setting up the agreements, that the hope is it's going to be done a number of months before then, and really eagerly before then, but at least this mayor and council has got it back up and running, moving, and coming up with that realistic date to go ahead and beat. So again, I just really appreciated the comments and wanted to bring up some things that hopefully you saw as a little bit relevant.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Councilmember Vanstrom.
Yeah, thanks for being here, and thanks for those comments. What caught my attention was the no signs, and I think this council's goal for Roswell and the exact topics that you brought forward, and if you've been seeing us for 6 months and you're going to see us for the next 6 months, is to change those signs into yes signs. So when you're driving along in Roswell, you're seeing yes, and that's what our goal is. And I can't wait to have your further involvement as that starts to unravel.
Thank you.
Council? Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us. So, one question, Janet. You were coming to talk, so I should have asked this just fine gentleman. This is on reference to the matter of the IGA, the RDDA. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Regarding the IGA for the Roswell Downtown Development Authority, I want to make sure that the Downtown Development Authority doesn't just consider the area that surrounds Canton Street. The Downtown Development Authority should consider all of downtown, and downtown is wherever we have commercial on this central corridor. It's really important. In the last economic recession in 2008, if all these little businesses hadn't stayed open, we could have put out the sign that said closed for business in Roswell, go to someplace else. They struggled and they survived. So I'd like to see some consideration for those people. Regarding bike paths and PEDs and all that, you know, there are two kinds of bikers. People that use it as a lifestyle and people that use it as a lifeline. A lifeline gets them to work. A lifeline gets them to the grocery store. We have made no consideration for those people who you see riding up and down Highway 9 to get to work. They don't have the helmet, they don't have the spandex. They're going to work. They are invisible to most of us because they don't have the spandex and they're not riding. I was on the board of Bike Roswell. I'm very aware of bikers. However, I think the city needs to remember that there are more than the people in this room who look like us that are making this city thrive, and the Roswell Downtown Development Authority needs to take that into consideration with every decision they make.
Duly noted, and we completely agree. Councilman, yes, sir. Let me say. We agree with you 110%, and that is one of the reasons we activated a new development authority to be outside the purview of the current geography of the DDA. And the other thing is if you look at our developing economic plan that's been currently being written by our economic development director in the back, Darrell Conley. But one of the things that's part of the footnotes of that is the basis of 4 economic pods. 2 of those economic pods ostensibly are down. One of them is clearly downtown, and it's the corridor that touches much more than just the downtown as currently described as currently thought of. So we completely agree. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. And in regards to that too, so I certainly agree, and my expectation would be this would not be on Canton Street, but really areas that are within the official DDA authority, which is a downtown that's much bigger than just Canton Street, and also just finding out where there is opportunity. But to ensure that's the case, there is an update that I'll be requesting of this mayor and council, because the way it's currently written is just basically as long as it's in the DDA's purview, they can just go ahead and do it and get reimbursed. Whereas, and I think it's important that we are bringing some oversight, and the benefit of bringing in some oversight by this mayor and council means it's not just this mayor and council that's getting oversight, it means it's the people of Roswell that are getting oversight. So if it is an area or a view or a vision or anything like that doesn't align with really the goals of residents, there's the opportunity to speak up at a council meeting. So we can discuss it a little more later, but since it was so relevant, and I completely agree, I wanted to bring it up. Something along the lines of, in section 1, there's just adding a sentence, something along the lines of, upon agreement of the DDA and consultant on a scope of services, such agreement shall not become binding on the DDA or the city of Roswell until the city of Roswell mayor and council approves such scope of services. That's one way to do it. Another way is, instead of becoming binding, just being reimbursable. So basically, the DDA can go ahead and do it, but if they're going to look to be reimbursed under this agreement, then it has to be something that had to be approved ahead of time by mayor and council. So just because it was great points, I wanted to bring it up now, but we can certainly discuss that a little later.
Mike, you're 100% right. Completely agree with you. I think those suggestions are outstanding. I think they're in the best interest of the city and our residents long term. They bring a concrete discipline to the process and an oversight to the process. You're 100% right. Those changes are duly noted. They're in the MOU. They're not on the agenda, right? Is that correct?
That's correct. The item was deferred last time,
Yes, sir.
so the item remained the same. However, in the motion, I would motion to include that in this agenda, in this agreement.
Councilmember Palermo, I don't want to encourage you, but I will ask you, would you like to do that, sir?
I would, but I certainly want to, leave the opportunity for any other public comment in case there's other additional ideas we should make sure to incorporate.
Fair enough. Thank you. Sorry. Any other additional comments from our fellow residents? Okay, that being said, I'm going to bring it back to council. Anybody want to, Councilmember Palermo? Would you like to, let me just say this, I guess formally, you want to make a comment, or would you like to go ahead and go straight and make a motion with an amendment?
I'm ready to make a motion with an amendment unless there's more discussion first.
Outstanding, yes, sir.
So, motion to approve the mayor and/or city administrator sign an IGA with the Roswell DDA to complete a city master plan, with the addition that in section 1, and based on the location that Mr. Davidson would recommend, upon agreement of the DDA and consultant on a scope of services, such agreement shall not become binding on the DDA or the city of Roswell until the city of Roswell mayor and council approve such scope of services, period. So I'd request that is my motion, and that, I believe, would give a better public process and the opportunity to ensure that this master plan is looking at the right areas with the right scope, et cetera.
There's a motion by Councilmember Palermo on the floor. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Vanstrom. Any other comments on the motion? Motion is up on the floor. All in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item on the mayor's report is the approval of Planning Commission appointment Carol Williams. Are there any comments on the Planning Commission appointment of Carol Williams? Councilmember Vanstrom.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. I am so happy to have Carol joining the team with us through the Planning Commission. She has been an active citizen in this town for a very, very long time. And I can share with you, she's been asked before to be on Planning Commission and has not been able to fit that into her schedule, and we are so pleased to have her joining this team. She's going to bring so much positive energy and enthusiasm and a vision for this city that's going to move us forward. So thank you so much, Carol, for joining the team.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanstrom. Council? Was anybody from the public that would like to speak on the Planning Commission appointment of Carol Williams? Carol, would you like to say anything? I'll bring a microphone to you. You good? Thank you, Carol. Thank you so much. All right, so bringing it back to council. All right, do I have a motion to approve Carol Williams to the Planning Commission? Motion by Councilmember Peter Vanstrom. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Christine Hall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. We'll do a photo op after the other appointment. Thank you. Congratulations, Carol. The next item on the mayor's report is an approval of Planning Commission appointment Jason Frazier. Are there any comments in reference to the Planning Commission appointment of Jason Frazier? Councilmember Lee Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. I have known Jason Frazier for several years and his family, and I know that I use this term really carefully, but he's very picky about where he lives and how things are done, and he carefully picked Roswell to be his home. I know he does his homework, he's a detail-oriented man, and he has a heart for service and for residents. So we are lucky to have him, in addition to Ms. Williams, join the Planning Commission. So I welcome you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Any other comments from council? Thank you, council. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on the Planning Commission appointment of Jason Frazier? All right, Mr. Frazier, would you like to say anything in reference to being appointed to the Planning Commission? Sure. But you gotta, I didn't make Carol come up. I'm gonna make you, Carol, you gotta come up. But you only get 12 seconds and you gotta go back.
12 seconds. Similar to Carol, I'm very honored to have this opportunity, and as Lee was saying, I've slowly gotten my feet more into helping with Roswell over the years. We moved here 6-7 years ago and kind of started learning about the good and the bad of Roswell, and really want to do my part to help the good, and I'll do my best. So thank you very much.
Jason, thank you. Congratulations. Do I have a motion from council to approve Jason Frazier to the Planning Commission?
Motion to approve Jason Frazier to the...
Motion so noted by Councilmember Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Morthland. All those in favor of the Planning Commission appointment of Jason Frazier, please raise your hands. The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Frazier. Thank you. Now, council, please come down for a photo op with Ms. Williams and Mr. Frazier. Are you ready? Excellent. Thank you. So this is an exciting night for my city council colleagues and my staff colleagues. There's a lot going on and a lot to talk about, and we're just barely getting into it. And obviously, my council colleagues like to play practical jokes. So, as you probably noticed, usually I will wear a suit and a tie for council meetings. I like the formality. I think there's a responsibility of being formal. But my council colleagues, Councilmember Palermo, Councilmember Dr. Vanstrom, Councilmember Morthland, of course, Mr. Knight always wears a tie, and Mr. Davidson, but they told me since it was the middle of July, we were going casual today, and of course, I went casual, and of course, everybody else shows up. They're most decked out they've been all year, so. All right. The next on the mayor's report is the approval of a resolution for the calling of a special election. This is a call for a special election to be held on November the 8th, 2022, to fill the unexpired term of council member in Post 1, Marcelo Zapata, who resigned on June 28th, 2022 during the middle of his existing 4-year term of office. State law and the Roswell Charter require a special election to fill his remaining term, which expires on December 31st, 2023. This also includes authorization that the city enter into a contract with Fulton County to conduct the special election. It is important to note that since the special election is in conjunction with the 2022 general election, there will be no cost to the city for this special election. Council, are there any comments or questions? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So I'm not going to get into comments of just the gratitude that I certainly have for Councilman Zapata's service, his just all the effort that he put in, and really, frankly, the great ideas and the constant energy really fighting for the residents of Roswell. I will plan on getting into that a lot on August 29th. It's certainly a emotional situation. I am going to focus just right now on the special election, and so definitely glad that there's not going to be a cost. That being said, I have concerns with the qualifying period. So in the agenda packet, it mentions the qualifying period to be from Monday, August 1st to Wednesday, August 3rd. And I have some concerns with that. I'd prefer to see it done the way it's always been done for any of our municipal elections, with an election held in November, which is always 5 days instead of 3 days, and also the end of August instead of the beginning. I guess just that's where my concerns are. I'd prefer to see us have it really more lined up with how it's been last year, 3 years ago, et cetera. So those are the 2 points I'd like to discuss.
Michael, I think everybody agrees with you, and I think we're all under the impression it's 5 days, August 1st through August 5th. So am I wrong? Yes, Councilmember Hall, sorry.
Just a point of clarification. I also agree on the 5 days, but I understand there is a timeline that was provided by Fulton County to our city clerk on a deadline date that we had to provide a candidate's name and maybe.
So I guess then my question is for Mr. Davidson and maybe our city clerk, Ms. Press, as well. But I guess just help me understand why last year it can be the end of August, and same thing with 3 years ago, et cetera, and always on the ballot for November. And why is this year we're being given a deadline that's the beginning of August? And because and really basically the intent, does it make a giant difference? No, I'm just big on, I always want to allow the most opportunity for hopefully as many, interested individuals to have the opportunity to choose to serve if that's what they want to do.
5 days, that's the issue, and
No, so there's 2 issues. So there's 5 days, but then also, why does it have to be the first week of August versus what our typical is each year?
I wish I had a better answer for you other than the fact that when I went to Fulton County, they told us that everything needs to be to the Secretary of State for the beginning of building the ballot by August 10th. I think it's because a lot of times we might be the only ones doing an election, but this, of course, is a very big election this year. So it's not just us on the ballot. There's a lot of things on the ballot.
So this is not the only thing on the ballot this November?
Unfortunately, we have federal, state, county election also that's on the ballot. So they gave us the deadline of August 10th.
So then in August 10th, as I look at,
But I am fine with, you know, the 5 days. We can, if y'all want to do 5 days, that's fine too.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
Can you just clarify for us, what's the last possible moment you can have those names? The 9th by 5 p.m., the 9th by noon?
Well, they have to have everything to Secretary of State on August 10th.
Well, then, what time frame do you need?
Well, qualifying goes till 4:30 in the afternoon. We can't close it before 4:30, which really doesn't give us that much time from the closing of qualifying to getting it to Fulton County to get it to the Secretary of State by the end of business on August 10th.
Marley, is it okay if City Attorney David Davidson makes a few comments?
I would love for him to.
Thank you. By the way, just for the record, I want to let everybody know that Marley Press is our city clerk, and she will forever despise Councilmember Michael Palermo for making her come up here.
That's okay. He's a fellow runner, so.
David.
Thank you, Mayor. The state law requires that there not be less than 3 days of qualifying, no more than 5 days, and they all have to be consecutive days.
oh, they have to be consecutive.
So if you want to do the full week of August 1st through the 5th, I think is what the mayor said, that would be the 5 days, and that's what I would recommend.
And to clarify, what I really wanted was August 3rd through the 9th, but what I'm hearing from you is the state of Georgia will not let us do that, so.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that, and this just for clarity,
Yes, that's what state law requires. It's 3 to 5 consecutive days.
Yep.
3, 5, and to Mike's question, just so there's clarity, why can't it go to August the 9th?
You wouldn't be able to have the 5 days for one, and also in order to, we have to get it to Fulton County, and then they have to get it to the Secretary of State's office. So it's, in my opinion, it's better to get it to Fulton County early than late.
Don't go anywhere, Marley. Councilmember Palermo, any follow-up, sir?
Well, so just given the state laws that I'm hearing and the county rules, et cetera, it sounds to me like what I'll support is August 1st through August 5th. Again, I prefer as late as possible, but based on the 5 consecutive days, sounds like the 5th is as late as possible.
Thanks, Councilmember Palermo. Councilmember Hall, did you want to make a comment?
No.
You good? We're covered. Okay. So, Marley, I think we can let you go back to the sanctuary.
I had a resolution both ways in case.
Thank you
we're
so
fine.
much for coming up here.
We'll advertise for August 1st to the 5th.
By the way, it's nice to see Marley on the camera because we never see Marley. She's
I don't
awesome.
like
We
the
see her
camera.
all the time in the office, and she never will come out in public. So we're glad to see her. Thank you, Marley. So, Councilmember Palermo, do you, in reference to the special election, well, I'm sure there's some other comments, so let me come back to that. Are there other comments in reference to the special election? Okay. All right, with no further comments from the council, is there anyone from the public that'd like to speak on the matter? Yes, sir. And just for the record, share with us your name again. We'll know it ultimately by heart, but help us out.
Not yet. We'll become friends. My name's Derek Wood, and I live in Heatherton. And just a comment on Councilmember Zapata. I hope he, gets well and can get back to his life. He was one of the council members that I first spoke with a few years back when we had a issue with the Grimes Bridge Road on-ramp, which is still an issue. And he was the only council member that voted against what we were speaking out against at that moment. It was about 2 years ago. And essentially what happened was, again, like the lack of context and decision-making, the impact analysis that was performed by the state and then approved by the city's RDOT team was not taken into account. Their impact analysis was that this was a terrible idea and a bad place to put an on-ramp into the major lifeline into the city of Atlanta from all the suburbs, yet that's where they decided to put it. So I hope that our replacement can get qualified and has the same heart and dedication to building up a family community with attention on not just the intent of what we're spending money on, but actually following it through in execution, because intent doesn't keep you away from bad decisions and all that. So, thanks.
Thank you, Derek. Any other comments from our Roswell residents in reference to the matter of the special election? That being said, there are no further comments. I bring it back to council. Any additional comments or questions? All right. So do I have a motion to approve the special election to fill the unexpired term of the council member in post 1? Motion by Councilmember Michael Palermo.
And to clarify in that motion, it's August 1st through August 5th.
Thank you. With that clarification, the motion is made. Is there a second on the motion? Seconded by Councilmember Hall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item on the mayor's report is the resolution to set qualifying fees for the special election to fill the unexpired term for post 1 of the Roswell City Council on November 8th, 2022, in conjunction with the 2022 general election. Okay. So, are there any questions for, by the way, this is in reference to Georgia Election Code, Section 21-2-131A, parentheses 1. Yes, and there will, one technical thing that in the current, on your agenda, you'll see that the date is August the 3rd. It will be changed to August the 5th as part of a motion hopefully made by one of our council members and voted on by council. At this time, would council like to make any comments on this motion? Being that there are no comments from council, I take it to my fellow Roswell residents. Anybody from Roswell like to make any comments on this issue? Yes, ma'am. This is in reference to the fees. This is specifically the approval of a resolution to set qualifying fees for the special election to fill the unexpired term for post 1 of the Roswell City Council on November 8th, 2022, in conjunction with the 2022 general election. Are you asking me to read the explanation? I'm sorry.
I want to know what the fees are.
All right, it's in the explanation. Let me read it for you. I'm sorry.
The city code sets the qualifying fee at 3%, which is what's allowed by state law, and the fee will be $540.
It's in the explanation, but just for the purposes of clarity, I thank you for asking that. Explanation, Georgia Election Code, Section 21-2-131A, parentheses 1, provides that qualifying fees shall be 3% of the total gross salary of the office paid in the preceding year if a salaried office. The qualifying fee for any candidate seeking municipal office in the special election shall be $540. Also under General Election Code, Section 21-2-132D, parentheses 3, in the case of a special election, the municipal qualifying period shall commence no earlier than the date of the call, which was just approved, and shall end no later than 25 days prior to the election. Each municipal superintendent shall designate the days of such qualifying period, which shall be no less than 3 days and no more than 5 days. The days of the qualifying period shall be consecutive days. It is proposed that the qualifying period be from Monday, August the 1st, 2022, to Friday, August the 5th, 2022, with the times being 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. I want to further explain why these dates for qualifying are being proposed. When the city clerk went to the Fulton County Elections Office asking for deadlines for everything to be then in order to get this item on the ballot, the interim elections chief said the deadline for all information for the ballot is August the 10th, just to repeat back what we were talking about. Fulton County needs to get everything to the Secretary of State's office by August the 10th in order to start building the ballot. So, forgive me for not making that full explanation earlier. Council, would you like to make any comments on that or questions? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. I just want a point of clarity that is the fees that are set in the regular general elections as well. So the special election and general election don't have a difference in the fees.
Great distinction. Thanks, Councilmember Hall, for making that point. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a sidestep, but just for general consumption, this seat, once elected in November, will have to also run again this time next year. So this is to complete Marcelo Zapata's current term, and then if that individual who's elected wants to run again, they will have to go through qualification next August and run next fall. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. It's a good thing for everybody to know, and thanks for pointing that out. Any other council comments? I will return to the public since I did such a poor job of doing an explanation. Any other comments from fellow Roswell residents? That being said, I will return. Do I have a motion to approve setting the qualifying fees for the special election to fill the unexpired term of the council member in post 1? Councilmember Hall, thank you for the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hill. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All righty. The next item under the mayor's report is the approval of a resolution for the calling of a special election for a bond referendum on November the 8th, 2022, in conjunction with the scheduled general election in 2022, and to provide Fulton County to conduct the election. This is obviously just some background. Roswell has had $88 million of general bond approved since 1988. So, and one of the things that you probably saw is that we put this in 5 public formats for public comment, as well as online. And Julie, I may ask you to come up. Is Julie here? Ryan, I may ask Ryan to elaborate a little bit on the comments. I think it was impressive to see the amount of comments made by our fellow residents, where we were asking for input on different possibilities of what a general bond might look like. This has been a matter of a lot of work and consideration, and we're excited to potentially have this discussion this evening in front of our fellow residents. And we're excited about the possibility of potentially putting it on the ballot for consideration for our Roswell, for our fellow residents to vote on. Before I say I'm getting more, I know the council would like to weigh in on this some and make some comments. So, council? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So this is something I think it's been a great dialogue, and it was great seeing the online responses, great hearing from just different residents that would be reaching out, mentioning it, et cetera. And it definitely seems to me like a good opportunity to really ask the voters. And because a key aspect about a bond, and what I like about a bond, is the fact that it's the voters deciding if they want to move forward with that investment or not. So, with it, again, I give this mayor and council credit, because for the first time in many years, definitely multiple years, the residents will not be getting a notification that their city taxes are going up. So the fact that a budget was created and the expectation that the millage rate will be able to decrease to ensure that there's no tax increase despite the high assessments. And I think with that, it just leaves for the opportunity for residents to decide, okay, if you want to spend more money and really invest in the city, just as a number of neighboring cities have done more recently, that's something that we can do. And if you decide that's not something that you're willing to pay for or want to pay for, then voters really have that voice and ultimately get to decide. So ultimately, voters will decide if each year for their property they're paying a higher amount. And they'll decide yay or nay, and that's something that I'm certainly supportive of, and giving voters that opportunity to weigh in. With that, also, just as I had raised at the committee meeting and the work session and some of these previous public discussions, and seeing and hearing the feedback, I do continue to support to have different questions and not just a single question. So I do think it's beneficial to ensure that the voters are getting to decide, that perhaps they want to select all of these things and pay for all these things. Perhaps they want to vote against all of these things, or perhaps they support some things and don't support some others. And I think that's something that we've seen with the results that there's support for, and I think it's something that's fair for the community. With that, in seeing some of the discussion. And,
Hey, Mike,
oh yes.
I don't want to ruin your thunder, so it's kind of my practical joke on you. I was just going to let you go.
Yep.
And then we're going to have a whole separate discussion, and we're going to ruin your thunder. But I know you got some very important points you want to make.
Yes.
And I don't want, actually, I know they're very important. I think probably, if with your permission, I probably would like Ryan to talk about what the bond is.
Sure.
What a bond is, and then a little bit feedback on the survey itself, which might buttress what I think you're going to say.
I think that makes perfect
fair to
sense.
you?
Yeah, because I do want to make sure if any of you have not seen the results and seen it, so I think that's a great idea, and I appreciate it.
And would you like, just asking, we were going to try something unique tonight, was after Ryan spoke, perhaps to let the public, our residents, speak first before we spoke. Or would you be in agreement with that, or do you have something you want to say beforehand?
So I love hearing the residents speak as much as possible. I guess my one hesitation is I have some additional detailed thoughts, and I'd love for the opportunity to share those and to basically hear if.
I hear you loud and clear. Yes, sir. Got it. Thank you. So, Ryan, the floor is yours, sir. Director of Finance, Ryan Luckett, sharp-dressed man. We're glad you're here, brother.
What number are we on this agenda?
You are on, my friends. Nope. We're not there yet. We're on number 7, approval of a resolution for the calling of a special election for a bond referendum on November 8th, 2022, in conjunction with the scheduled scheduled 22 general election, and to provide Fulton County to conduct the election.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a brief presentation just to kind of go over some of the details that we've discussed the last few meetings where we've talked about a potential bond referendum. Just to provide a little bit of background for everyone, the city has been considering the potential of issuing a general obligation bond to pay for major capital projects across the city. Several public meetings were held. Those include one on June 10th, June 27th, and June 28th. Public feedback was also received from online and in-person surveys. Just to provide a little bit of background for those that may not be aware, GO bonds are typically used for major capital projects that cannot be funded with cash on hand by the city. GO bonds require voter approval, and the target election date, as you know, is November 8th, 2022 for this particular bond referendum. We've seen this chart a couple times as we've discussed the various funding scenarios, and I have tried to condense it down to what's been discussed the most over the last few meetings, and I have the other information if I need to bring it up. But based on our previous discussions, what we've heard is it's kind of centered around a 30-year bond, and we, as we mentioned before, we want to match the term of our bond with the useful life of those assets so that the people that are using those assets over the course of their life are the ones paying for that project. So for the projects we've discussed that has centered around a 30-year bond, our financial advisor has provided an estimated interest rate of 5% based on the current market. And what you see here is basically the amount of bond funds that would be available based on the various levels of millage rate. So this would be the debt service millage rate that is levied by the city, and those funds go specifically and only for paying debt service for general obligation bonds. So just to kind of walk you through this a little bit, 1.25 mils would result in $115 million in project funds on a 30-year bond at 5%. 1.5 mils would result in $137 million. $955,000 for projects. 1.85 mils is $168 million, and then 2 mils would get you to about $180 million in project funds. And just to provide some clarity, our current debt service millage rate is 0.1 mils. So this would be a total debt service millage rate that you see reflected on the left side of this chart. So this next slide kind of shows you how that translates to the property tax bill for the average Roswell homeowner. So the average Roswell home is $450,000. And what you see here is that currently, under our current millage rate, a homeowner in Roswell for their Roswell property tax bill, which makes up about 16% of a resident's total property tax bill, pays $831.24 in maintenance and operations portion, which goes to support the general fund, which funds our basic city services, police, fire, rec and parks, those types of things. And they pay $18 towards debt service to pay the current bonded debt that the city has in place, which will be paid off by 2024. With a 1.25 mil debt service rate, that would result in an increase to the tax bill of $207, all the way up to a 2 mil debt service rate would result in an increase of $342 annually on the property tax bill. We also went over these items a couple of meetings ago, but just to kind of reiterate some of this, some other considerations that we want to take into account as we discuss a bond referendum. If a referendum is approved tonight and ultimately approved by the voters, the actual issuance of bonds will take about 90 days from the referendum to actually begin, and we can issue those bonds. The issuance of bonds will be based on the project schedule, and so there could be one or multiple issuances. The city must have a reasonable expectation that it can spend 85% of those funds within 3 years of issuance. So if we issue bonds in 2023, whatever dollar amount is issued at that point, we must have a reasonable expectation that we would spend 85% within 3 years. And that timeline starts over with subsequent issuances. As I mentioned before, we also want to make sure that the term of our debt roughly matches the life of the asset, considering also any impact on our annual operating budget, as well as taking into account if there are other potential options for financing. So in regards to next steps, the information that's needed tonight to move forward, one is that we need to determine the projects or categories to be funded, and we've been, I think, referring to those as buckets, determining the total dollar amount for those buckets or projects, and determining the number of ballot questions and the resulting dollar amount of each of those ballot questions. So those are some of the key information points that are needed tonight. And in terms of formal action, we do need the council to adopt a resolution for each proposed ballot question. So if there's just one ballot question, there would be one resolution. But if there is a consideration of 3 potential ballot questions, that would be 3 separate resolutions that the mayor and council would need to vote on. I also wanted to point out, just because of the situation that we're in with kind of making this decision tonight, the resolution before you, you have right in front of you is a draft. And so we will need some time to get the final numbers into the resolution based on whatever decision you make this evening. But I did want to point out that with whatever motion gets made this evening, we would need the motion to include several key points. One of those is, one, the ballot question category or the bucket, the not to exceed principal amount for that category, the term, which in previous discussions, as I mentioned, we've been talking about 30 years. Number 4 would be a not to exceed interest rate of 6.5%. And that's just basically setting a ceiling. And then finally, because we are kind of in a tight turnaround, this resolution has to be approved. If we make the November ballot, it has to be approved today in order to get this to the Fulton County Board of Elections by their meeting later this week. And so because of that, we are asking and recommending that the motion include the authority for the mayor in conjunction with our financial advisor and bond counsel to finalize the other terms that are a part of this resolution that kind of comply with the other key components that you'll decide this evening, which would include things like the total dollar amount, the categories, the projects, all those types of things. And I can get into more details if you have questions about that, but we kind of need that flexibility just because of the tight deadline that we're facing. So with that, that concludes the presentation, and I'm glad to answer any further questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ryan. I wholly expect this to be a several-hour discussion. Michael, I want to bring it to you because I know you had a few things you wanted to say directly.
Excellent. I appreciate it. So, and Mr. Luckett, thank you for walking through that. Basically, as I mentioned, I think it is important and something I support is having different questions and not a single question. And now getting a little more granular in that, I think there are a couple examples too that are even slight adjustments based on feedback I've seen or I've heard. Is certainly my preference would be that we're really getting granular and separating it. And so, for example, even a public safety complex being a separate question from the fire department's items. And so that's something where I think without a doubt both of them are worthwhile questions we should be asking voters. I think both of those help lead towards a best-in-class city, you know, whether it be a public safety complex where we have overcrowding challenges and outdated aspects and things like that. And then separately, fire stations, of course, you know, really important with ultimately we have some deficiencies in response times and really opportunities for improvement. So, for example, something I've heard from Chief Panino and frankly from Chief Burnett, I heard a number of times as well. An example being as we support, you know, south of the square in Roswell, that there's slow response times just given location, et cetera. So I think these are important items that we should be asking residents, and frankly, there's benefits as well, in addition to obviously more safety, the aspects that it can impact our ISO ratings. It can potentially, depending on the carrier, et cetera, impact insurance. I think something that I certainly want to see us asking. Another example of a question is regarding a parking deck. That's something I think absolutely should be an independent question, and something where I think on its own merit, voters should be deciding if that is something or we should or should not invest in. It's something where I certainly obviously was an advocate saying we should be asking taxpayers if they want to do this. And of course, I think there's some really good arguments to why we should not, or why, let me rephrase that, there's some really good reasons why voters should decide to vote against it, as well as I think some good reasons to decide to vote for. But
Hey, Mike, I think just while you're talking, Ryan, and when Mike is through, you need to talk about the survey, please, sir. But this probably needs to be up, so everybody has at least an understanding of what Mike's talking about of the six particular pieces. Can we put that up?
That'd be a great idea, because everything I'm referring to and basically the feedback is certainly out in the community, but also these things.
Yes, sir. Sorry, Mike, to interrupt you again.
No, that's perfect, because I think a picture is worth 1,000 words, and so now I think I just have one more sentence and ready to hand it over to any other discussion once we see this up on the screen.
It definitely needs some clarity. I don't think folks can see it. A little more clarity so you can read options 3, 4, and 5. That's looking much better. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So with this, just basically based on some survey results which Mr. Luckett or staff can certainly walk us through, as well as just hearing from a number of different residents, that I'm certainly in support that there be separate questions and some additional granularity. So for example, certainly the aspect of parking being on its own, as well as I'd like for this mayor and council to consider having a public safety complex and the fire department's items being some separate questions. but ultimately, certainly curious what this mayor and council is thinking based on the feedback that they've seen and received and again, last statement is just the fact that ultimately, whatever this mayor and council decides tonight, it's gonna be the voters that decide yay or nay for each individual question. So if the voters decide they don't support any of these, don't wanna pay any more money, don't wanna invest in these, that is their choice, and the city should be run by its residents, and vice versa. If they support all the different items, then that certainly is the choice as well, and I definitely look forward to seeing what the people of Roswell decide.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Ryan, do you want to share the survey results before we go any further?
Yes, Mayor, these are the results from the online survey. First couple questions, just ask some basic information about the resident.
Well, first, can you share how many people actually responded in a really short period of time? It's pretty impressive, right?
Yes, almost 600 residents responded. So the main question comes down to question 3, which asked, which of the following options would you prefer to see on the ballot? So these are reflective of the 5 options that we just showed on the graphic. And you can see the results here with option 4 getting about 25% of the total vote.
Ryan, can you turn up your microphone? I'm sorry, I don't think it's fantastic. And say that again.
Sure. So this graph basically shows you that these are the 5 options that were just shown on the graphic on the screen. And of the 5 options, 6 with the no bond at all. But of the 5 potential bond referendum options, option 4 received the most votes at about 25% of the total. And this kind of gives it to you a little bit more clearly. So option 1 was at 18%, option 2 at 9%, option 3, 18.4, option 4 was at 24.4, and option 5 was at 15%. And then about 14.5% of the respondents selected the no bond referendum option altogether.
Point of clarification.
Councilmember Hall.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Not all the people finished the survey, and so the 466 finished the survey all the way to the end, and the initial number are people that started the survey.
Right.
And I would imagine that the number.
Yes, ma'am. You'll get a chance to address, just if you'll allow them to finish. Thank you, ma'am.
So of the questions that were asked, this one says you indicated you would be in favor of the city of Roswell's elected officials considering option number 3 for the bond referendum. There are 3 different questions presented in that option. What do you think you would vote for in the November 2022 election? So of option number 3, this tells you the percent of voters who would vote for each one, vote in favor of those. 83 people answered this question. So of the 83 that answered, 60 to 70% were in favor of the 3 options within option 3. This question talks about option 4. 112 individuals answered this question, and you can see that of those, around 80% were in favor of The Recreation and Parks and Police option, less than 50% were in favor of the parking deck. Those are outlined here as well, sorry. And then with the next question, this was regarding option number 5. And of those that selected that option, which was 64 individuals, again, 60 to 70% were in favor of each of the 3 options. That included Rec and Parks as one question, Police as one question, and then the third question being fire, bike and pedestrian, sidewalks, and parking deck. So that's the end of the survey, Mayor.
Thanks, Ryan. Thank you. And the survey, just for general information, there was respondents, general respondents, not specific to each question, but you had 600 respondents, not necessarily that filled out the survey. There was also, how many, we did, on the 5 events, how many respondents did we have outside of the online survey? 110 from the 5 events that we did in person. And do we have any results from those? So, and obviously it was the guidance of council and mayor and staff to, and let me just go back to the original 6 buckets for me, just so I can make some clarification on that. So if you'll remember, in our last meeting at committee, was that June 27th? June 28th, we came up, can you clear that up just a little bit so everybody can read that, Ryan or Michael? We'll make sure the people at home can see that. So you can see 4 and 5. You can't quite read the buckets. So what we basically had at the June 28th committee meeting was 6 questions or 6 options that we just put out in front of our fellow residents as, what do you think for a general obligation bond? Option 1 was basically $167 million for 1 bucket. In other words, it'd just be 1 vote. And inside of that, you can see there's 4 items. Recreation and Parks, $82.6 million. Police Department, $30 million. Fire Department, $15 million. And Bike, Pedestrian, Sidewalks, and Parking Deck, $40 million, for a total of $167.6 million. That was bucket 1, just 1 issue potentially on the ballot. The second one, option 2, again, just 1 item on the ballot, was $138 million general obligation bond to be split between Recreation and Parks, $78 million, Police Department, $25 million, Fire Department, $15 million, Bike and Pedestrian and Sidewalks, $20 million. That's option 2. So that would be a single vote on the general obligation bond. Option 3 was to say, let's put 3 separate questions on the ballot. And under option 3, the first question would be, would you support a $100 million general obligation bond for Recreation and Parks? Separately, would you support a $45 million general obligation bond for Police Department and Fire Department? Third, would we support a $35 million general obligation bond for the parking deck? That's option 3. Option 4, which, as you can see, as you look through the percentages, some of these are close and some closer than others. Option 3 and option 4, I think, are pretty close when I looked at them. Option 4, again, 3 separate questions, 3 different ballot measures, if you will, or 3 separate general obligation bonds to be voted on. The first one would be $107.6 million for Recreation and Parks and the Bike and Pedestrian Plan and Sidewalks. The second bucket, yes, or question to be voted on by you as residents, or us as residents, would be a general obligation bond for $52 million for the Police Department and the Fire Department. And the third bucket would be $20 million as a separate item as a general obligation bond for the parking deck. Option 5, again, 3 buckets or 3 separate questions to be on the ballot. The first question would be, would you approve an $82.6 million general obligation bond for recreation and parks? The second bucket is, would you approve a $30 million bucket for the general obligation bond for the police department? The third bucket is, would you approve a $55 million general obligation bond for the fire department, bike and pedestrian sidewalks, and the parking deck? The sixth option would be, do you want a general obligation bond on the ballot? And so those were the 6 options, if you will, questions that we were kind of seeking feedback on as a consequence of the last committee meeting on June 28th. So a lot to unpack there, a lot to be confused by. And so this is probably a good guideline here to have up in terms of framework. You'll hear council talk about a lot of things tonight. So I know you got some things you want to talk about. Mike, I appreciate you bringing this up first. And I guess since you did, any other council members would you like? Councilmember Vanstrom, yes, sir.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for considering the bond referendum. I've owned a home for 30 years now in Roswell, and there's day-to-day bills, there's day-to-day maintenance, and then there's infrastructure. And this city, since 1988, I believe you mentioned, has been avoiding taking care of some infrastructure. I've been on council now for 6 months, and it's amazing to see our budget and what is required to run this city and how short we really do fall on taking care of these infrastructure needs. So I am excited to be bringing forward this bond referendum. With that in mind, I had a quick question along Mike's comments about the fire and the police. Can Chief Panino come up for a sec? So one of these is a combined public safety building, fire and police.
Yes, sir. So,
okay, no, I just want to make sure. Okay, I have a quick question, because we're talking about separating out fire and police, but explain to me, number one, as far as fire headquarters right now, and what you work out of within the city for you for a headquarters facility. Is that one of the fire stations, one of the fire houses? Is that space in City Hall? Is it adequate?
So it's my understanding that about 12 years ago or so, the fire department was moved out of City Hall, and it now, or since then, has occupied the first floor of the transportation building off of Hembry Road. To my knowledge, there wasn't much remodeling done when the fire department moved in there, and we're pretty much built out. We've occupied every closet, copy room, file room to put people. So we would need to, if the public safety headquarters was not approved, we would have to look at a fire station, maybe the rebuild of a fire station to put a fire headquarters, because we're out of room.
And the public safety building, combining police and fire, has benefits to the fire department in being there with the police department. In what regard would you say?
So we share a dispatch. So the 911 center supports both the police department and the fire department. When there's a problem or the police chief has a question about the 911, he walks down the hallway and talks with the 911 director, asks to replay a call or listen to it again. For us, we're a 25-minute drive from here. So we don't have that access to the 911 center or to be able to collaborate as freely with 911 or with our police department as well. And we work a lot together.
So to you, a huge benefit
Correct.
in rebuilding a public safety building that you're sharing with the police department. So in essence, a combination of police and fire in this case.
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on it. Thank you. Anybody, any other comments from council?
thank you, Councilmember Vanstrom. Councilmember Palermo.
Excellent, thank you. I just want to clarify that from my suggestion, based on some different feedback I received, and even more just around the popularity of separating with different questions compared to a single question, is that I absolutely believe a question should be having a new public safety complex, which would encompass police, fire, and 911. All that are outdated and really beneficial for a number of different reasons and really important for a number of different reasons. And then separately, there's the actual fire stations, which are responding to calls and having some issues with both being really outdated and also slower response time. So I just wanted to mention that. And Mayor, if it's all right, one last comment before the public, from my standpoint.
Absolutely, Councilmember Palermo.
Yeah, just mine. Obviously, I want to hear from the other council members. Is some feedback that I'd also heard was around level of detail. And so that's where I think it's important to understand through a typical bond process that this was really just asking, should we ask the voters, do we want to invest in these things? And should it be one question, multiple questions, et cetera? If this mayor and council tonight decides to move forward with a bond, then that means there's a very official community education process to make sure that voters are completely aware of exactly which, for example, the big one obviously being Parks and Rec, specifically around which Parks and Rec aspects would be included and would not be included. And that's something that at I believe both the committee meeting and the work session, there was a document that was provided by
That's correct.
by staff. So that's something that if this moves forward tonight, then there's going to be full, clear, detailed education where voters will absolutely have full visibility and make a very educated decision in whether they want to move forward. That is where, for any of you that do listen to the committee or the work session, the one aspect around the Parks and Rec that I had just concerned, because I know I've heard both sides of it from residents, was changing some grass fields over to artificial turf. And I know there's certainly a lot of benefits. Certainly I hear of the other sides of it as well, but detailed discussion for anybody that wants to listen to that work session or that committee meeting.
Mike, thank you. I want to kind of buttress what you just said. So in the next hour or 2 hours as we go through this, or 3 hours or 4 hours. Sorry. So what I want to, and we do have this so everybody can see this. So the detail of all the projects that are proposed are on here. And what you may hear is, for lack of a better term, and I apologize for the language, but you may see some sausage making up here. So even though you see 6 options that were put in front of questions, you may see some things. That's why you're going to hear some questions being asked. You're going to see some further elaboration, go listen to some comments. But you may see some sausage making here happen right in front of you with your mayor and council in reference to the questions that might be submitted to the general bond, on the general bond, if approved, to be submitted for a vote by the residents of Roswell. So I just want to kind of put that in the air, is that you have options 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in front of you. But you're going to hear a lot of conversation, I believe, where you're going to hear some things that are very close, and you're going to say, well, I thought they were doing option 4, and you're going to hear, what you may hear at the end of the day is they may break it up. I don't know. I don't want to predict, but I have a feeling that you're going to hear a lot of conversations going to seem confusing at the time. What you've got in front of you, kind of to refer to, is options 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But you may hear some things like, I don't understand exactly I thought it's a little different than what they're talking up there. So I just want to kind of give that warning. Councilmember Vanstrom, yes, sir.
Yeah, and just to add some sausage, I would love to just have a second before it goes to the public comment to clarify the parking deck issue. There's been some questions about that, and my best attempt at that is based on some great feedback that I got today. First of all, I want to thank Randy Knighton, our city administrator, Steve Stroud, who's been with Roswell Inc. for a long time, and Daryl Conley, our economic development director, for working hard on some of the issues that are going on right now in the city with redevelopment. And you notice I didn't use the word new economic development director. Daryl's got his feet wet, and believe me, he is in 100% already over his head, working his tail off and doing a fantastic job. So we're dropping the title new. He is on board 100%. And what I asked him to do today was kind of clarify for us, what does a parking deck cost and why? You can take an estimate for a parking deck at about $25,000 to $30,000 per space. That's to build a parking deck. Now, the reason I mentioned Steve Stroud and Daryl and Mr. Knighton is we all made a trip to Texas and studied some things that are going on in new development concepts in cities like Frisco and Plano, Texas, entertained by the Fulton County Chamber of Commerce. And it was very enlightening to see the futuristic view for parking. And there's a concern that the individual automobile may be dying out over time. So do we just build parking structures that take up all the space themselves? But one of the things that's very creative that this bond will create funds for is the concept of utilizing vertical space, combining parking with public-private partnerships when you get into something like office or retail or commercial. And I just wanted to clarify, that's the overall goal, is to create, and in fact, one of the better concepts is bearing that parking so that even if we don't utilize that parking in the future, it becomes a skateboard park or something, but it's something that's utilized in the future, and we still have maximum utilization of that high-value property. So just wanted to clarify that a little bit. I don't know if the rest of the council has any comments on that, but the acquisition cost for land, the public-private partnership, and the building and sinking of the parking lot at least one level down, which is pretty standard. 2 gets very, very expensive. Those are the things that we're talking about with a parking facility.
And Peter, just to kind of buttress what you just said, if a general bond question 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or anything gets approved tonight by council and gets submitted for the general bond to be on the ballot in November, what I absolutely give you 100% my word on is that the level of detail on each project will be dramatic, and that everybody will have a high level of information and knowledge about what they're voting on come the bond question in November, if it's approved tonight. So, Councilmember Hill, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't have anything else on parking deck. Did anybody else? Okay, thank you. If you joined us at the June 28th work session, thank you. I went into that meeting for our bond work session together as council and mayor, feeling pretty secure about what I thought would be the best. And that was one bucket, a one size, either off or on. And spending our residents' money is not really a sexy thing to walk into a work session thinking about. What is sexy is listening to the residents for the next couple of weeks and hearing different opportunities and reasons why we should not do one size fits all, one bucket, all in or all out. And I have changed my mind on that. I, of course, had an open mind that evening, but I definitely had a change of perspective. I absolutely support what Mr. Morthland proposed in option 4 there. And back to what Councilmember Palermo mentioned just shortly ago, about separating out the fire rebuilds with the separate from the headquarters, the public safety headquarters. I respectfully disagree. I have all faith in our residents that you will make the right decision, and that's also sexy. But I would like to say that, speaking to that, I believe our community is very supportive of our public safety on all levels, and I would hate to miss an opportunity to work in tandem on our public safety headquarters, fire police, E911, in tandem with building of the new fire stations. And if you haven't had a chance, it's coming up, I'm sure not tonight, but to see some of the neglected accommodations, shall we say, at our fire stations. Our men and women put it all out for us every single day, and it's substandard. I'm so grateful that they go to work every day and will work in those conditions, but I would probably, no offense, Chief, wouldn't send my kids to camp there. They're kids, well, they're in college now, but I'm just saying it's time, it's long overdue, and I fully support putting that together in one item on the bond. And I just wanted to share that with you, that I had a change of heart, and I believe in our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hill.
We're the quiet part.
Okay. Well, the right side, I like this. We're gonna let the left side go, we'll let the right side be quiet. Awesome. We're with Mr. Knighton, the quiet side.
Yes.
Okay. Any other thoughts or questions or comments from council? Good. All right, so at this time, I'd like to bring it to our Roswell residents to discuss and to make any comments about the general bond potential question. So please feel free. Yes, ma'am. Please share with us your name so we know who you are and where you live.
I'm Marissa Pereira. I live in the Victory Creek subdivision off of Grimes Bridge Road. So the problem that I have with this whole topic is, first of all, the communication. I am the president of our subdivision, and I know one of the quickest ways to lose trust in the residents is to mess with money. So when we're putting something like this out, isn't it funny how we have readable print for all the proposals, whereas we have fine print that you need a magnifying glass for to say that this is coming from an increase in taxes. Not okay. First of all, if we are to read something, all of the print should be in readable print, no fine print, because most people will miss that. Second of all, communication. So we're going on, we have a lovely graph with a bar graph showing 70%, but when you're talking about 70% or 75%, you're talking about numbers that are 63 out of 100,000 residents. How is that okay? Obviously, we didn't get the feel of the people. Let's go by the 600 number. 600 number is 6/10 of the population. Not even one whole percent, right? So we can't be touting that we've got the feel of the people, because that's misleading. We haven't. Now, I can understand that you put out a survey on social media for a week. Well, what about those that weren't on social media? So we get Roswell, I don't know about everybody, but I know I get an email talking about Roswell connections. Obviously, Roswell does have a way to connect with the residents. Why not send an email? Surely you will get more input from the residents of Roswell. We can't, as a community, we cannot base our decisions if we are supposedly taking the vote of the people, right, which we claim that we are, based on 1/6 of 1%. No, it's not okay. I have a problem with the communication or lack thereof. So we need to be more transparent in order to be accountable, no matter what we're putting out to the residents of Roswell.
Yes, ma'am.
Janet Russell. First thing is, this email or this communication was sent out the 4th of July week. Special. Half the world left town. It was the first 4th of July anybody could go out of town in 3 years. So that there was no traffic. It was the good time to get all your errands done because there was nobody anywhere. Restaurants were quieter, shops were quieter, streets were quieter. So people didn't pay attention to this. I agree with her. The numbers make this survey almost irrelevant. 66 people approved of something. That many people, more than that, live in a nursing home. Why would you think that? The other thing is, for me personally, the buckets, I think the individual buckets, but why was the parking deck given its own bucket? We didn't ask if we should have I'm going to make this up, a separate water treatment plant. Who's driving the parking deck issue? Glad you went to Texas, Mr. Vanstrom. You guys forgot to call me to plan your travel. You know that whole shop local, give your business to a local business? Nobody called me to go send you to Texas. And I'm a local business. Just letting you know, reminder. I want to know I'm all about rec and parks, police and fire, but those are pretty all-encompassing. Bike pads, sidewalks, but a parking deck? Because we all know that's to feed Canton Street. And we're really tired of supporting Canton Street. Canton Street doesn't support us. Enough is enough with a parking deck. We paid for a parking study by a consulting firm. They came up with very solid findings, and one was we don't need any more parking spaces, that it is a parking space perception problem. Now, if people are too lazy, that's their problem. They're the same ones that take Uber to the gym to walk on the treadmill. Think about it. That's what they do. If they don't want to walk, that's their problem. But we are under no obligation. We already pay thousands of dollars a month to provide free parking. But it isn't free when we're paying for it out of taxpayer money, when other things in Roswell are so dire. We have so many needs in this town, and they don't include a parking deck. They include safe ways for people to walk across a street to go to a grocery store. They include a place for children to be safe after school, which you all voted down 3 weeks ago. You said it wasn't important that they be safe after school and get help. But we got to have a parking deck. Sorry, I've been in tourism for 40 years. Parking decks, we got plenty of parking, over 1,220 parking spaces within 1/8 of a mile of precious Canton Street. And we're up to here in subsidizing that street.
Yes, sir. Please share with us your name and where you live. Thank you.
My name's David Johnson. I live in Willow Springs, Country Club Roswell, Willow Springs neighborhood. I'm a member of the HOA board there. Some of my comments will be personal and some of my comments will be on behalf of the HOA. I'll try not to mix them up, but I probably will. 4 days ago, according to the Roswell Facebook post, City of Roswell Facebook post, pulled up here, sorry. It's when the survey was released, 4 days ago. But public comment was on the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th. For the 4 days ago was the 7th. So 3 meetings were not publicly known about for this. And this is a big deal, bond referendum of, hundreds of dollars a year. Then the other 2 things, they're all at festivals. You could have called me up. I would have hosted a town hall at Country Club Roswell, invited the entire neighborhood. We have an email list of 600 residents. That's more than what you got in your survey. We could have had 600 residents sitting in our country club. Y'all could have presented all these ideas, what's going on. There's no details. I mean, I'm the biggest sidewalk supporter in America. I don't think anyone will deny that. But where are they going? I mean, sidewalks in West Roswell don't help me. And I'm all about sidewalks in West Roswell, but, what's in it for me? I love parks. What's happening at the parks? Don't know. A new fire station, I'm all about it, but that's all we can. That's the most detailed information we have about this bond referendum. Guys, the communication was awful in this. At the end of the day, that's the bottom line. This needed to be town halls across the city. It needs to be done with public format and speaking to residents. I mean, we get 600 respondents on our HOA surveys, or actually, we get more than. What was it, 466? I mean, that's a minuscule amount for a week. Guys, we can't base data on whether or not to do a bond on 466 respondents on a survey. Just can't happen. You guys have to have town halls. You got to come to the residents. The transportation meeting a few months ago had more response than this. Another thing, getting there, based on what our home values are, which by the way is $450,000 the average assessed value or the average home value. Appraised, okay. So what is it? $400 a year, about 300. If we take what's the top one? 315. There's 700 homes in my neighborhood. Over the next 30 years, that's $6 million that we will pay in taxes. And the only thing I see that helps our neighborhood is a multi-use pass going from Old Alabama to going down to Old Alabama to Holcomb Bridge Road. That's it. My neighborhoods can pay $6.6 million in taxes. I don't think parking deck doesn't help me. I'm all about the parking deck. Mr. Russell and I will disagree on that, and that's fine. That's what makes America great. I think a parking deck's a great idea, but it doesn't help me. None of this helps the east side of Roswell. I don't see anything for the east side of Roswell. And guys, I just think the best thing to do for you guys, take a pause on this. I think a bond is needed. I think I've told you, I've said here before that the city needs to raise revenue. We need to raise revenue. We need these things. Take a pause on it. Let's have town halls. Let's go through next year. Give me detailed information, and then I'll vote for it. I'm not against voting for this, but I'm not going to vote for a blank check. And that's the bottom line. And, you know, guys, at the end of the day, we brag in Roswell about how low our millage rate is. But our millage rate being so low, at the end of the day, comes with a cost. We have fire stations that are not, you know, acceptable to fire station standards. We have roads being repaved every 30 years. Johns Creek and Alpharetta are doing them 5 to 10 years. You know, we have veterans being kicked out of the housing authority, or the housing, you know. I've been begging for pedestrian safety, and we're finally getting it in our neighborhood, thank you, or getting something in our neighborhood for years. You guys, at the end of the day, you have to have good maintenance of budgets, and cutting taxes, keeping taxes the same is unsustainable. I got 9 seconds left. I probably shouldn't end on raising taxes, but whatever, you know. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
I should have eaten before I came here. I agree with a lot of the comments about the statistical irrelevance of the response that we got. I think a little bit of funding just to work with getting a campaign out like that would have been fine. I'm a small business owner, and I manage a lot of teams that do go-to-market type activities, and I would have never launched a campaign over the 4th of July weekend or that week, because this is the result you would get. In general, in a past life, I did work in bond infrastructure legislation for a state, and the single bucket options are almost non-starters for me just from that experience. The lack of the specifics that you see in these sorts of buckets is you just can't rely upon it. Basically, anything that general, you just can't, like, how do you hold that sort of generalization accountable? The other part that is kind of a bummer is I don't really see a lot other than Parks and Recs, which is undefined, but where is the support of families? One of the things I did when I first moved back to the country and chose Roswell that I would come back here was I used the extra space we had in our our basement apartment, and we moved a friend in with her child, and I watched what a single mother goes through trying to raise a child and work at the same time. The lack of support for a single mother that makes just barely above minimum wage was really quite sad. Now, I gave her the crutch she needed. I told her, you have, take 2 years, change your career, get things in order, and then, let's get you dependent, or independent rather. And that was very successful. She's now a school teacher here in Alpharetta. She got remarried. Her kids are great. But the lack of affordability when it comes to early child care is not supportive of the vision or the mantra of this being a family-oriented city. It really demoralized me and is one of the things that makes me second guess whether or not I should stay in Roswell because of the promise of being a family-oriented community. So if you're not taking care of your children, you're not taking care of the future. And I'm all about infrastructure and planting trees under which shade I'll never enjoy, and that whole Greek proverb and mantra. But when you do things like this, it does require a little bit more attention to communication, like everyone else has pointed out, and also just where is the return? I don't have a problem paying 50% income tax, which I did for 4 years. But the reason I didn't have a problem was because I never had more stable income and cash flow in my life because of the programs that were very family-oriented. So having a child with no friends and family to help take care of that or even learn, we had help from the local community and the state through these sorts of tax programs. But bond money where we're saying like, hey, we're gonna give you more money because we want these changes. Right now I feel like, yeah, we absolutely need the money. We want the money. I want to give you the money to put it in the right places, but don't make me feel hostage to these sorts of programs with a tight deadline that makes no sense and doesn't give a chance for proper communication. That's it.
Thank you. Any other Roswell residents that would like to speak on the matter? Yes, sir. I can bring you a microphone, Jason, no doubt about it. Happy to.
Jason Yao.
Your time started over there, just FYI.
Okay. Jason Yao, 5010 Old Oak Trace. When I look at this, I was at the committee meeting, so I understand how the numbers went together a little bit better than someone might if this is all they're seeing for the first time. And the thing that's a little confusing is you've got on one bucket 30 million for police, another bucket 25 million, and it's not clear why the different buckets have different amounts of money for the same thing. And I can see how that would be really confusing for people who didn't sit through hours of what I've seen. You make the sausage, and you know it makes more sense when you've sat there and watched it. But for people just looking at this, their eyes are going to glaze over. I do have one question though. The difference between option 1 and option 2, there's a difference in the aggregate amount, and it looks like I don't see in option 2 anything about the parking deck. Is that what's missing? Is that the difference in the number?
So permission, and I'll stop your time, Jason. That was me. Option 2 was me trying to be practical. If you're right, if you go back, not just to the project workshop, not just to the work session, not just the committee meeting, the amount of detail, and this goes all the way back to June 10th in a public format with great specificity. Option 2, and kind of like Councilmember Hills relayed on it, was, you know, the original thinking was to go with one general bond option. And so part of going through that process of due diligence, the options of, hey, let's submit different potential, let's make it a little more robust, but individual questions. Specific to your question, option 2, that was me. You can blame me for option 2. So I'm trying to get it down to a certain dollar level based upon a millage increase, and I took out the parking deck. So option 2 is me
I like that it's missing the parking deck.
Option 2 is me taking out the parking deck. If you remember, poor Joe Panino got squished on that. So there was a lot of squeezing. So we went through the various fire stations, and Joe, if you'll forgive me, because I love Joe, but he kind of got screwed on option 2 by me, because there was full funding on 2 of the fire stations. And I want to say to my fellow residents, the detail is there in the past. It is not here in these 6 options. We will definitely concede that. It has been there in all the previous meetings, and it will be, if this gets approved, everything will have tremendous detail on what you're voting on. That's why it's a bond question. It is for the residents ultimately to make the decision.
The other thing that's a little confusing is you don't see an aggregate number for each option.
So to your point, exactly, because bucket option 3, and that's why the survey is a little confusing. So you'll see like, hey, I like option 3, and some people said, you know, I want the $100 million for the park, and I want the $45 million for the fire and police, but I don't want the $35 million. So for example, let's say the council approved option 3 and submitted it to the voters. What that means in November, Jason, is that there'd be one bond question for $100 million for Parks and Rec. There'd be another bond question for $45 million for police department and fire department. And then there'd be a third bond question for $35 million.
Well, I get. It's just that it's only option 1 and option 2 where you see the aggregate number.
Yeah, because those are all together.
And the other ones, you know, they're just broken up, and you've got to go, okay, you know, to add them up. And some people are going to look at it and go, I'm looking for the cheapest combo or the most expensive combo. And it's a minor thing, but I'm just trying to give you a little perspective how someone might be looking at it who hasn't done the deep dive you guys have done.
Exactly. If you looked at option 4, for example, you can see that it's $180 million approximately, right? If you had 107, 52, and 20. If you look at option 5, it comes down approximately $25 million because it's 82.6, 30, and sorry, I beg it comes down beg your pardon. But to your point, we had aggregate numbers on there, and then we said, I was gonna be more confusing. They just need to, like, if they want that bucket, yes, I want that bucket. No, I don't want that bucket. And you can see that a little bit in the responses, like, I like that option, and I like that bucket, but I don't want that other bucket. That was the intent.
Right. Okay.
Sorry. So option 2, blame on me. That's me trying to I squeezed out the parking deck and squeezed Joe a little bit.
You should have a big thing saying, no parking deck in this one. Make it more attractive. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Share with everybody, since we don't get to see you much, your name and where you live.
Hey, I'm Alan Sells. I have to give an amen to my east sider that it looks like he left. So a free amen is going to go wasted. I got a question. The first question is about the parking deck. Is there no way that cannot be a revenue bond?
Councilmember Palermo.
So that was something that did come up in either the committee or the work session, is so basically there is interest in it being revenue generating, a revenue generating parking deck. However, the concerns that Mr. Luckett had brought up from a revenue bond standpoint, or actually it was the bond consultant that was here, was just basically the revenue is not attractive enough to get any type of reasonable interest rate, and then often needs the support from the city anyways. And so that's where, and of course I'm greatly paraphrasing that discussion, but big picture is in that committee meeting or work session, there was a lot of support and consensus that if the mayor and council decides to include a parking deck, that without a doubt, it would need to be some kind of public-private partnership or revenue generating opportunity.
Yeah, I guess I'd start with note to self. If you can't get the revenue up to support the bond, note to self. The second question is, I get that you're using 5% for modeling. Are these rated bonds?
Ryan?
So the purpose of the 5% is just to provide an estimate.
Okay.
But that's based
Pretty strong,
on,
right?
Well, it's based on an estimate of the current market and what that, because the market, when we actually issue the bonds, if it gets approved, the earliest would probably be the first quarter of 2023. So
Yeah, we'll pray out between now and then. And the last one is, if we break it into these buckets, do they have to be separate bonds? Because there's a size limit. When you start talking about rating bonds and things like that, it's cheaper to go bigger than it is to go smaller. Do they have to be separate bonds if they're voted on separately?
That's the question that we were asking. Obviously, bucket 1 is a single bond. Option 2 is a single bond. Option 3, those would be broken out as separate questions, i.e. separate bonds.
So they would be separate bonds?
They would.
Okay. And
So clarifying question, Ms. Shirley, I guess here's something I'm curious off based on what I'm hearing. Hypothetically, if they were 2 separate buckets and they were each $50 million and voters approved both of them, would we go with a $100 million request to a single financial institution?
Yeah, the number of questions is separate from
That's what I was asking.
the issuance of the actual bonds.
The question, though, that we worked on in committee and workshop was to make sure that there was a full transparency of the dollars spent. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, because the smaller they get, the more expensive they get to offer, so.
understood.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Worthland.
He brought up a good question, Ryan, and that is when we're talking about perceived interest rate in November, we're all talking about the Fed raising rates to that level in November, correct? On that 5%. That's kind of where we were gauging.
Yeah, so the 5% is the best estimate of what rates in the municipal market would be when bonds are issued like I said, would be February, March of 2023.
And that feedback, that direction was given to us by our bond counsel through
Our financial advisor.
Yes, okay. So would it be safe to say if between now and November, rates for whatever reason stay put, possibly go down, we may not be looking at a 5%. Now, I'm not saying that would be the case, but I mean, playing it both sides, that is just strictly an estimate.
Right.
Sure.
Just strictly an estimate.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Worthland. Yes, sir, Mr. Walsh. For the purposes of let everybody know your name and where you live, please, sir.
My name is Jim Walsh. I live in 8945 Terrace Club on the east side. I just have a simple question, and maybe I missed it here through this whole thing. We have seen over the history of living in this city that every project is way over budget. The new council, the new mayor are working to bring everything back in line to get these projects done. For example, Gateway's 12 years old. Whatever the bond was for that and the T-spot that was for that, we already know it's way over budget. We know that we just went through Oxbow. Oxbow's way over budget. My question is, you're presenting here estimated prices for different buckets. Simple question. If, as you go along, let's say we take option 5. Option 5 shows 3 separate buckets. Let's say option 1, bucket 1 and bucket 2 run over budget that you've professed. Would you take the money out of bucket 3 to cover that? Or where does that additional money going to come from? Is it going to be additional taxes that are going to have to be paid by the citizens? Or is there another way that you've looked for that? We're seeing inflation, we're seeing the increased cost of raw materials, we're seeing home prices going up. The question is, how can you bring in, guaranteed in a 5-year project, which would be what some of these would be, can you guarantee that you can make it at that budget? That's all, that's the question I have.
I think, Jim, the answer to your question, when we discussed that matter is, for example, there was quite a robust discussion around the fire department exactly because of that issue. The answer to that question is there is an obligation, obviously, to the bond, to the amount of money in the bond, and to the residents' approval of that bond if that were to occur, which means you have to meet it, and if you don't meet it, you can't take the money from another bucket. This is not a trade, and it's not a swap. There's not swapping going on. So if the residents say, look, we want so much money to go to Parks and Rec, and you'll see the detail of those projects. And it's not just the overall number, it's the detail in each one of those projects that we'll be accountable for.
Okay.
You can perhaps, I would say, if you said, hey, we spent, for example, $4.8 million on the Groveway Community Park, $3 million on the Woodstock Soccer Complex, 10.2 on Hembry Park, and 3.3 on the Oxbow Trail connectivity. And let's say that the Groveway Community Park ended up coming in at 5.2, right? So that $400,000 has got to come from somewhere inside of one of these other projects to answer your question.
Inside the bucket.
Inside of that existing bucket of Parks and Recs, exactly. So to your point, the consequence would be inside the bucket itself.
So the second part of that question was, what if there's not enough money inside that bucket? Because these projects, I assume, are not going to be done in order. They're going to be done in parallel. What happens, and this is just the resident's question, is to say, what happens if we realize that that bucket is going to be $50 million over budget? And you've already started all those projects. Just so for clarification, where does that money, that additional money, going to come from? Is that going to be additional taxes on the taxpayers? Where is that? It's a question of education here, is what I'm trying to figure out. Is just, I understand that nobody can be perfect at looking at these numbers right now, but I think people just need to know, yes, there's excess built in, or there's not, or we've skinnied it down so low that
I think
we go from a $4 million project to a 14?
No, you asked a great question. It's the spot-on question. The city does not have the right nor permission to spend money that it does not get voted on in reference to in terms of this bond.
Right.
So if the city, for example, if the residents approved $82.6 million, for example, $107.6 million, for example, on option 4 for parks, right?
Okay.
That's what the city is accountable to spend that amount of money and no more. And can't come, in my mind, that's why we spent so much time in detail going into this, is we don't have the right to come back and say, oh, sorry, costs are up, supply chain hit us, we ran these projects simultaneously, we goofed. I think one of the things you've seen from, hopefully from this mayor and council, is a high level of transparency and a high level of information. For example, the Oxbow Action Plan is a perfect example. The Oxbow Action Plan is, this is how much it's going to cost, this is the deadline, that's the end of the story. We're not coming back to you in 2 years and say, oops, sorry, construction costs were up, supply chain hurt us, couldn't get the contractor to show up, had an issue with permitting. I think to that question, ultimately, and what I hear, this is me, Jim, as a resident who's been here since '98, what I hear from my fellow residents is a lack of trust. And I get it. And I think the lack of trust comes from years of not executing, years of not being clear about what it is we wanted to do and what we didn't want to do. And you know, the reality is, look, there's no greater form of government than the founders meant for government to happen at this level. They also meant that one of the precepts of our government is it's a representative government. It is, but you know what? You elect your fellow residents to go say, hey, I think you believe like I do, or I think you possess the skill sets, you're going to go get the things done. Now go get it done. And I think my opinion that one of the challenges for this question, and some of my brothers and sisters on this council don't always agree with me on this, is we've had stagnation in this city for so long. David Johnson's an amazing young man. I really like David, but I found some of the comments interesting because David said two things. He said, hey, I need more time. You need to give this more time. That's exactly the problem this city has done. This city's been in stagnation because it won't make decisions, because you elected us to make decisions.
Right.
And you have the right to kick our butts out in 2 years or 4 years and say, you know what, you were wrong, I don't like what you did, you didn't do what I wanted you to. But you elected us to make decisions. You elected us as your fellow residents to show leadership. You elected us to have courage to do what we thought was the right thing in the interest of our fellow residents. That's what you elected us to do. And I think one of the traps that this poor city has fallen into is that every question must be put into a giant gamut of, we must have 18,000 public comments, therefore, to go forward. This is a public comment by definition. It's a vote. It's a vote. Like, this is not a go-ahead. This is, we're setting this for you as fellow residents to say, yep, I like it, or nope, I don't like it. Right. You know, it's a yay or nay situation. This is not the council saying, oh, by the way, we're going to approve $107 million. There's going to be a nice little tax increase on everybody. Good luck to you. It's just the opposite of that. This is a lot of work that's gone into it to submit to the voters. And to answer your questions, what I think are great questions is, that same responsibility is, doggone it, if we submit a bond to you and it gets voted on, and say, for example, there's $107 million voted on and it's approved by us as residents for parks, the projects are going to be outlined. We are responsible for the deadline and the timeline and the dollars on those projects. Period, end of story. And what I will submit to you, my fellow residents, publicly, is I will be accountable for that. I will say, look, here's the Woodstock Soccer Complex. We're going to spend $3 million on it. And it will have an ongoing graph of timeline and cost and how we're doing on that, on every one of these projects. We will not do this in secret. And I hear my fellow brothers and sisters or residents like, you're pissed off. And you're pissed off because you feel like, doggone it, nothing ever gets done. And two, it's always done under a shade tree, and you don't believe us, you don't believe your fellow residents, i.e. elected leaders. I'm asking you to give us a chance. I think we're moving with speed, expedition, responsibility. And by the way, and I never said we were seeking, that we got public approval on it. We were just said, we got nice feedback, I thought. You're right. Man, I'd love to take 6 months to do a marketing study on a bond. But the reality is you voted for me and you voted for this council to make decisions. You voted, and we're accountable for those decisions. And that's why it's a representative government. And it's not a fiat. It's not a, it is a representative government where we're accountable to you, and you can come kick our butts all the time. And that's what this is about. But the flip side of that is we are responsible for making decisions. And I think this bond is a gigantic deal. This city has been so paralyzed by elected leadership, not willing to make decisions because they're afraid you and I are going to get mad. Well, I'm here for 3 years and 6 months unless you kick me out. And in that 3 years and 6 months, I'm going to make decisions that I believe in the best interest strategically, in the best interest of my fellow residents. I'm not doing it for personal profit. Neither are my brothers and sisters on this council. We're doing it because we believe it's in the best interest. But I think you've seen over the last 6 months, you've seen a lot of positive action, you've seen a lot of courage, and you've seen people willing to put their necks out to say, you know what, we have to move forward as a city. And we understand we're going to get people mad at us, and that's okay. It's okay to be mad at us. But I want you to know that we feel like it's our responsibility to make decisions and to move forward and to execute at a high level. And to answer your question, everything, I give you my word, will be highly transparent. There will be nothing in hiding. There will be no project. There will be no skim-diddle-oo. Oh, by the way, Woodstock Soccer Complex is $3 million, and the Oxbow Trail connectivity is 3.3. Oh, by the way, if we got into a point, to your question, Jim, let's say Oxbow runs 3.5, we got to find those dollars from one of these other projects.
That's what I was
And it has to be public. And the accountability of, hey, this is what transpired. But to your overall question, and I know I'm going on, hey, man, you can't spend more than that. Clear, period. We do not have the right nor permission to do that, period, end of story, today or tomorrow.
Well, I'd just like to say one closing thing, is that from our side of the city, from what we talk about, people are very happy. One, they're upset over the fact that, yes, we're spending money, you're spending money to get things done, but they're very happy to see those things being done, not being kicked down the road. That's all I got.
Thanks, Jim. I would be remiss. I wish Jeff is here. There's Jeff. So, Jeff Leatherman. So if I took you through and by the way, Brian, I wish you would brag on me, but I'm going to brag on me for a minute. Because Brian won't ever brag on me because he thinks I'm such a pain in the butt, and he's right. So I'm going to share with you a little secret. A little secret is that most governments and a lot of corporations use something called incremental-based budgeting. What does that mean? It means that the budget starts as the budget is, and the next year budget is built on top of it. It's called incremental-based budgeting. That's true for most governments. And you probably heard me talk about it, and talk about it with Christine, talk about priority-based budgeting, talk about zero-based budgeting, et cetera, et cetera. And you say, well, why are you talking about that? Because it's gigantic in terms of the future of the city, because this city's already made a commitment, and it's already started, God bless Ryan, to start working on true zero-based budgeting. That means that the people that you elected to establish policy for the city, your council members and mayor, will be reviewing every doggone item in the budget, not to micromanage it, but to make policy decisions going forward so that there's coherent strategy in alignment with what the council is running on and said they're going to do. I'm going all over the place. I got to stop. All right, stop. But we spend the lack, I think, for example, the lack of amount of time that we spent on the budget this past 6 months, I think is unprecedented. I know it's unprecedented, like gigantically unprecedented. And the amount of time that we're going to spend on the budget for our fellow citizens going forward is going to be unprecedented because we're accountable for it, and we understand we're accountable for it, and it's going to become more and more visible, transparent, to the words that some folks like. All right, I'll stop. Sorry for me monopolizing the conversation. All right. Huh? Thank you, sir. God bless you for saying that. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Hey, Claire, nobody can hear you. Do you want me to bring a microphone to you?
I'm just curious why the parking deck is a very kind of insignificant item compared to the fire department, why it's tied around the neck of the fire department in bucket number 5. And it's like y'all are throwing the parking deck down our throats. And then it's also tied within number 1. I mean, why the parking deck is so insignificant compared to the needs of the fire department and other things. But you're like insistent that we get this parking deck. And I don't understand why something is insignificant is tied to something so significant.
Can I comment on that?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Vestra.
Yeah, that's the process that we're in tonight, and we're listening to the public feedback. And
But why
we'll,
would you
and we,
put it-
and no, Claire, we'll be, we hear you loud and clear. We've heard everybody, and just sit tight. We're gonna be discussing whether that's a separate bucket, whether it's included. That's the process we're going through right now.
I didn't see any red
This is-
flags in putting that parking deck in that bucket with the fire department.
Perhaps it ends up not being in that bucket. That's where we're headed, right? And then this
I'm
is,
just curious.
this, I appreciate being part of the process, and your feedback is very helpful, and we're gonna discuss that, and we're gonna make a decision. Does that help?
Okay, and it goes back to poor communication from y'all then to us.
No, this whole communication, it's going to be so clear when this finally comes out as to what the bond is and what's on the
All we've got to
bond.
look at is right here, right here, right
Yeah,
here. Right, that's what we're
exactly.
looking
And
at.
this is our discussion right now. And
Y'all put it up here.
we're going to take exactly what you just gave us for input, and we're going to be discussing that, and we're going to further discuss it and decide, does parking sit alone? Is it included with fire?
Needs to be
Is it
alone.
not?
It's insignificant compared to all the rest, like the police and fire department.
Thanks for the input. That
Right.
helps us.
Okay, and trust is earned. And we've had a lot of reasons to not trust people. So we're trying to trust y'all, and it's earned. And it takes it day by day. And we're trying. And y'all are trying, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you. Councilmember Palermo, I know you wanted to say something.
I did, because I basically want to take accountability for that, and as I stated earlier, something I'm not supporting tonight. So it was me in the committee meeting that discussed having that together. So around a parking deck, I think there's a lot of good points made on each side. And I am a proponent that voters should decide if we do go ahead and move forward with that or not. And likewise, in a lot of discussions that's been had, really, for a number of different reasons, most feasible location for a parking deck is where there's a fire station today. And so that was my thought process in that. But again, I don't support that. I will not support that tonight. I certainly, the only thing I will support is a parking deck being on its own, because for the exact reasons that were brought up tonight. So again, and that's why I think these discussions are so important and so valuable. And this public discussion tonight only helps it, but I've helped learn more, even just the last number of weeks, whether reading through the survey material, which certainly is a small, insignificant percentage of the people of Roswell, but also through just even hearing feedback from so many different residents. And again, goes back to, I really want to reiterate Mayor Wilson's point, which is by no means is this mayor and council deciding we are going to spend X dollars on anything. We are saying we are going to let the voters decide if they want to spend the money. And that is something that will absolutely be statistically significant, because every voter that decides to show up will get to vote how they want to spend their money or not spend their money.
Councilmember Hills?
Yes, and I'll add to what Councilmember Palermo just said. We're here to represent everyone. It doesn't mean that each one of us or all of us want or don't want a parking deck. But we do hear pretty frequently about parking, whether it's true or not. Whether they're lazy or athletic is irrelevant. We're just listening to the voters. So don't read too much into that.'re just making sure we're covering out there what has been requested or what people perceive to be a high priority.
Okay, I've got a request for a restroom break, but before we do, because I see a few people who haven't spoken, is there anybody else that'd like to address the matter? All right, then with your permission, we're going to take, it is I can't see the wall. 9:40. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll start back at 9:50. Well, five's the word, but it always turns out to be 10.
That was my request.
Buddy, let's come back.
You just wanted to scare me.
I know that Councilmember Mortland will probably be another 30 minutes. Come on, Willie. Exactly. I'd like to thank Janet Russell for these beautiful lavender. They're very, I'm smelling them. They're anti-anxiety, bringing peace and calm. And thank you, Janet. And just to kind of echo, I want Peter to say this because he says it a lot better. It is important to remember this is part of the process. And I think David Johnson, who's gone, I wish he was here, he made a great suggestion. Hey, come to my HOA. And I think that's exactly what, if this is approved tonight, in whatever form it's approved tonight, it's going to be considered and thought about and talked about and discussed among us as residents for the next 3 months, right? 4 months? 5 months? Sorry, 5 months. And if an HOA wants council to come and say, hey, come tell me about this, or come talk to me about it, or staff, or a civics organization, or whatever. The process is, this is the process over the next 5 months. If it gets approved, you want to come back? Give me 1 second. Let me finish, Janet. Let me finish. Okay. But I promise, this is the process. If it gets approved, is that over the next 5 months, the voters will make a decision, and they will continually be informed by council, mayor, and staff, and make an informed decision, and make an as informed decision they can. Peter, I think you say it much better, though.
No, actually, at the threat of my brevity, I think you did that really, really well. And that was real good. I did forget, I don't want to be remiss. Thanks for the presentation, Ryan. You did a fabulous job, and I'm glad you got the note about the ties.
Yeah. Well said. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a couple of comments because I just don't want the public and everybody to forget that we actually have had thousands of residents' input over the even recent years, but over the 10 plus years, but most recently in the strategic plan, in the parks master plan. And that is the input from these many thousand residents that have told us that we want you to invest in our parks. We want you to invest in our public safety. And so this is how this all came about. This is the vehicle that we are answering our residents in the needs and what they want to see in our city. And basically this process through our work session, the city departments came to us with a much greater list of items that was their wish list based on the strategic plan, based on the wishes of the residents, and we whittled it down to a palatable number that we thought could be affordable for the average Roswell resident. And so that's what you're seeing here. Part of the discussion was, do we present it all together in one question, or do we break it apart in the different buckets? So I just wanted to add that little bit of clarity to how we got here and what this discussion is about. So we do have a deadline as to when to put this on the ballot, and just in the short 5-6 months since this council's been together, I mean, we couldn't have moved faster to try and put this together to bring this to a vote so that the Roswell residents can decide in November. So I just wanted to add that.
No, Christine, that's a great point. Thank you. And I'll be honest with you. You'll say, well, why don't you wait till next year? That's an excuse the city's used forever. And I'll tell you another thing. Next year's an election year. It'll be much harder for a council, honestly, right, in the middle of an election year to vote on something. This takes a lot of courage. This council deserves tremendous. I will go back to I start off this meeting with. Since 1988, there's been $98 million of bonds, general operating bonds. That's it. And I talked to my friend Jeff Letterman, who runs the Department of Parks and Recreation. This year, this council in FY23 passed $1.3 million basically for operational maintenance. We got a ways to go if you want to know the truth. Last year, he submitted a budget of $360,000. They got $60,000 approved. And you say, well, what does that matter? We balanced the budget. Yeah, at a cost. At a cost. It's called deferred maintenance. It adds up. It adds up. We have an obligation as the leaders of the cities, the elected leaders, to say, you're entrusting us to do the right thing. That means spend money on the things you want us to spend money and keep them up. And this bond is money long overdue to be invested in the city if you as voters approve it, if we approve it tonight. Yes, ma'am, I saw you. So I can't deny Janet Russell, since I took a break.
Yes, you took a break, and
I took a break, and I'm gonna suspend. I'm gonna get in trouble, Janet.
So I'm the
I'm gonna get in
historian
trouble.
tonight.
I'm gonna get in trouble
You
for
got
letting you
lavender,
come back
sniff
up
the
here.
lavender. I have a hat that's, yeah,
Yes.
lavender's the other bud.
Lavender's the bud.
No, the other bud.
The
I have a
other,
baseball cap that says lavender, the other bud.
okay, you're going over my head, sorry.
You can think about that one. I just wanted to give you a little historical perspective rather than a comment. In 1973, when I moved here, the city of Roswell did not have a public swimming pool. There had been a public pool in Waller Park, and when integration became the law, it ceased operating. So when I moved here, there were about 5,000 people total, maybe 2,000 adults in 1973. So we voted or approved a bond in 1973. And with that bond, 2,000 adults paid for all the land that the Roswell Area Park is in. It was not within the city limits. We purchased it. We built the Olympic-sized swimming pool, which was one of 3 in the state of Georgia. We built the Bill Johnson building, and we bought historic Bullock Hall, which was going up for sale. 2,000 adults, and I say this every time I meet a newcomer at the Roswell pool because I love the pool, because I get to meet my neighbors who don't live on my street at that pool. And I tell them the pool fairy did not drop this pool here. The pool was built by 2,000 adults back when we had 1 gas station and 1 grocery store and 1 coffee shop and 1 Dairy Queen, and Holcomb Bridge Road wasn't paved, and we bought our eggs where Andretti's is. It was a tiny little town, and we had no idea which direction the future of this town would go. Would it tank or would it be successful? It was the country. 2,000 adults built a swimming pool for children whose parents had not been born yet. That's my point. We don't build it for ourselves, we build it for future generations. And if you don't take care of what you got, you end up with crap. Nobody says they want to come here to see our Target or our Kohl's. They say they want to enjoy our gorgeous parks. And when I say we have 27 parks, 700 acres, they go, wow. I said, what would you like to do? I've given people tours for free. You know I love talking to people and sharing. Because when we know each other through recreation, that's why it's called recreation and parks, not parks and recreation. Recreation implies an active interaction between within yourself and within people. That's why you go out to a park. Why we had this pandemic, where did everybody go? They were going nuts in the house, they went to parks. That's why I always say thank God for those guys that had the unthankful job of keeping our parks clean, because they gave us a silent message, all is well, everything is still clean. You forget the crap we were going through 2 years ago this month. Everybody was scared shitless. So I'm just telling you, when people talk about a bond, it's like I told someone today, wise is the man who plants the tree that he knows he will never enjoy its shade. That's an old African proverb. As you know, I've spent a lot of time in Africa, and I'm sharing that with us today because it is still true. We are not doing these things for ourselves. It's for children who have not been born yet.
Thank you, Janet. That was well said. Anybody else?
Thanks for the extra few minutes.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Now we go to the council. Now the hard work begins. All the rest of this stuff was easy. Councilmember Palermo, I see you itching to go. You ready?
It was just a lot of great comment that I appreciate, that I want to respond to, as I've been thinking certainly a lot about. And you know, someone brought up, you know, going out requesting a bond. That's a big deal. It is a big deal, and that's why I think it's really helpful that we're having this discussion, and more importantly, if this passes tonight, on really how important the next so it's August, so the next three months of really being. So actually, it's only July right now. So actually, we have a little more time than I was thinking. But ultimately, just that there's a lot of hard work that the city needs to do to really make sure to detail and show exactly what would go into each of these different questions, each of these different buckets. And that's where I strongly encourage that if the city does not do a good job of making it completely clear exactly what it is being voted on and why it's beneficial to you, the taxpayer, then I strongly encourage you to vote against it. And at the same time, if what you see is something that you feel does improve your quality of life, improve the quality of life for your family, then I strongly encourage you vote for it. And ultimately, that is your choice, the taxpayer. And I want to just really bring up that, you know, here's what an important item this is. I've served with 3 mayors and over a dozen council members, and the strong majority of them have all felt the city needs a bond, the city needs to invest. Yet, the majority of them were not willing to actually go ahead and move forward with that. So I commend this mayor and council for being courageous and making the tough decision that says, you know what, we are going to ask the taxpayers if they want to invest. And that's something where it's so important, because I think the mayor articulated it well. You know, it was brought up, couldn't we just slow this down? So if we slow it down, if we decide we don't want to move this forward tonight and ask the voters in November if they want to do this, then that means we're not looking until 2024 to start reinvesting in our city. And for that reason, I think, you know, that the mayor and council are doing the right thing by asking the voters. Again, it can be turned down in November, and it will be a completely statistically accurate population, because anybody that's a voter will get to show up and get to decide yay or nay for each of these things. So I just want to, again, thank the public for the discussion and assuring you that this is really only the first step. The final step is going to be in November, when the city decides if these things are worth their investment or not.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. I just want to redirect the conversation back to the buckets and offer some clarity that a few residents asked me questions about, specifically the bike ped master plan and the sidewalks, and the roughly $20 million that's allotted in there, and a couple of these options that's bundled with the parks. The bike ped master plan alone, when it was created, basically the 30-year horizon on that with some add-ons is roughly $270 million. So each year we tackle a little bit about that, or a portion of that. And the $20 million that we are investing as part of this bond is going towards a piece of that. Now, the good news is that we have T-SPLOS and we have other funding, and we've already made great indentations into that number. So that's how these plans come to fruition. And the same thing with the parks. If we went with everything that Director Leatherman had, it would be it was a huge number. And so it's been basically boiled down to roughly 87 million, somewhere in there, as to what we can reasonably tackle, and will bring a benefit to the residents. So just wanted to get into those numbers a little
That's
bit.
outstanding. Thank you, Christine. Thank you so much. All right. Now, yes, sir, Councilmember Vanstrom.
I'll be brief, but I do have one quick one. I did notice a lot of the public who came and addressed us this evening were from East Roswell, and we really appreciated that. And I would like to just clarify for Mr. Johnson, who was speaking, like, does this benefit East Roswell? There's $26 million in park funding that I just quickly added up that impact immediately the East Roswell residents. The sidewalk connectivity and the master ped plan. So there's a large commitment to East Roswell, and deservedly so. And I just wanted to clarify that with everybody. And then I just have to quickly, Ms. Russell, you got to make a plug on your business. I'm Dr. Vanstrom, I'm a dentist. And secondly, Fulton County Chamber handled that event, so it all went through them. So we couldn't utilize your services, and I appreciate you letting us know that you're available. But I did appreciate your last comments that you made, and thank you very much for those. So in essence, this has been a huge undertaking. I love what Councilman Hall was starting to allude to. The numbers are staggering. When we put out to the departments, asking them what they needed for infrastructure, it was mind-bending. This is just a piece, and we need this piece for our city. And I appreciate the confidence and the commitment of this council and this mayor to bring this forward. So thank you, and I'll be looking forward to voting in favor of this bond referendum.
All right, I'm going to make a suggestion, I think from some temperature comments. So is there any desire by a show of hands to move forward on option 1 by the council?
We're going to vote by bucket?
I'm going to talk through this. This is sausage making, Janet. Does anybody have any desire to move forward on option 1? All right, so I'm going to ask this kind of in a negative way. By show of hands, those of you who do not wish to pursue any further discussion on option 1, please raise your hands. All right, option 1 is taken off the table. Option 2, I'm going to ask the same question. Anybody here on the council would like to pursue option 2? Make any comments at this time? I'm going to assume, based upon the earlier conversation, that there is not. So in kind of the same negative format, all those in favor of not pursuing any further discussion on option 2, please raise your hands. That is unanimous. So option 1 and option 2 are both stricken from consideration at this time. Now, before I get to options 3, 4, 5, and 6, are there any particular buckets that anybody would like to bring up into the salvo? Is there any suggestions here? So you got 3, 4, and 5, but I have been, what I'm hearing is there might be a difference than the actual 3, 4, and 5. Councilmember Hall? Councilmember Hall, sorry. Sorry.
I'm going to throw my hand up for option 4. Option 4 was received the most feedback, basically through our outreach, but also in my personal outreach to my personal networks, there was a lot of support for option 4.
Option 4, to be clear for everybody in the discussion, is 3 different potential bonds, one for $107.6 million to be specific towards recreation and parks, and the bike and pedestrian and sidewalks. The second bucket on that would be a separate bond for $52 million for the police department and fire department, and the third bucket would be for $20 million for a parking deck. That is the option that you're submitting as potential for moving forward on discussion.
It's one that I'd like to consider and not eliminate.
Thank you very much. So option 4, let's go ahead and do that. Option 4, all those in favor of at least continuing the discussion on option 4, please raise your hand. So option 4 stays on the table. Thank you very much, Christine. Let me go ahead and do that. How about option 3? Are there any in favor of continuing to keep option 3 on the table at this juncture for discussion?
I actually have a question.
Yes, sir.
So can you remind me the $7 million difference between the middle bucket in option 3 and the middle bucket in option 4?
Brian, you've got the spreadsheet from the committee. Can you pull that up? Will you show everybody's numbers there? May even be here in our bond discussion. No, it's not.
It's pretty quick.
All right, so let's go to, you can see option 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They're not in exact order there. So Michael, your question back to the bucket, have I got an extra bucket sheet for me, just for a minute?
Because I want to say the extra 7 million was towards some additional fire department needs.
All right, so you're asking on option, on number 3, on the second bucket, right? Why is it 45 million on option 3, number 2, on the second bucket versus 52 million in option 4?
Correct.
So if you look at 3, to your point, 45 versus 52.
Some clarity, that was the additional money for the fire station, I believe.
Councilmember Morthland?
So on option 4, the extra money we have, I've got three fire station replacements, one relocation and construction of a new. That extra money, when we were going through the discussions earlier in the process, some money was trimmed from option 4, or what ended up being option 4. And as we were putting together our numbers for discussion, I asked that that extra money that had been trimmed be added back.
So can you be more specific? Is that the money that I trimmed?
Correct.
Of the fire department?
That is the
Yes.
polite way of saying yes, that
Okay.
was your money.
That's right. Let me have it, baby. So the answer, Michael, is 52 million, basically going back to what some of Joe requested in relation to the full fire department replacement. If you remember back at, I think, committee meeting, it was a committee meeting, wasn't it? Where I basically said, Joe, we're going to look at using the real estate, and we're only going to give you I think 3.5 million. I can't find the specific note. And we're going to have 3.5 million for, which station was that?
21.
Station 1.
Station 21, that's right. Full replacement on 22, and,
And 23.
and 23. Yep. So this basically, I think the $7 million is more in line with what Chief Panino was originally asking for.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Still a little short, to be quite frank, from what Chief Panino asked for. Chief Panino asked for $29 million. Okay, so let me go, let's do this. Option 3, is there a desire to keep that option on the table for discussion? Okay, with all due respect, I am asking the council. Janet, we are trying to have a conversation up here. I apologize. So, council, is there a further desire to continue to have option 3 on the table for discussion? All right, so all in favor of taking option 3 off the table, a negative question, I apologize. All in favor of taking option 3 off the table for further consideration, please raise your hands. All right, so option 3 is unanimous. Option 3 is off the table. So at this time, option 1, option 2, and option 3 are not part of the further discussion. Option 4 is part of the further discussion. Let me ask you the question on option 5. Is there a desire to continue to have discussion on option 5? All right, same negative question. So is it the purview of the council at this time that they would like to take option 5 off the table? All in favor of taking option 5 off the table, please raise your hands. It is unanimous. Option 5 is off the table. All right, that leaves me option 6. Option 6 is no bond whatsoever. Is there anybody wanting to not want to pursue option 6 on the council? Okay, obviously. So with that being said, same negative question. All those in favor of taking option 6 off of the consideration here in front of the council for the rest of the evening? Please raise your hands. Taking option 6, off the table is now voted for as well. It's passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, so the current consideration on the table is option 4. What I'd like to ask the council, are there some additions, amendments, or changes that would like to be offered up into option 4? Yes, sir, Councilmember Palermo.
So a couple different things. First off, I mentioned my preference. However, I'm certainly not going to vote against it if that's not the preference of the majority of this council. I am a fan of, as I've said from the beginning, I'm actually really appreciative that there is such consensus around doing the different buckets. And so my preference is having a public safety headquarters and fire departments as separate. But that being said, just as Councilmember Hills went more in my direction of the buckets, I certainly can go more in her direction, in the direction of the others, if that's not the majority's preference. So that's one comment. Another one is actually a question for Mr. Davidson and Mr. Luckett. Just hypothetically, let's say Mayor and Council decided to pass it as this is with 3 buckets. And so obviously one is rec and parks and bike ped master plan / sidewalks. Are we at this moment tonight with a vote tied to everything exactly as described in this Excel? Or are we not yet tied to the exact wording in the Excel yet from a legal standpoint?
Great question. From a legal standpoint, you are not tied to that list. That is a wish list, so you're not tied to that list. Now, when you get out and start educating the public and putting that out there, the more you are putting the information out there, then the more you get tied to that list. So when you tell somebody, this is what we are going to do with it, then you get tied to that list.
That's a great question, because I think obviously everybody's going to want that clarity. I think we want that clarity. At what point, if it's not binding tonight, when does that become binding?
So when you're issuing the actual bonds, so this would be to approve a dollar amount. This wouldn't be the actual issuance of the bonds. When you actually go to issue the bonds, then you'll get tied to the projects that you're issuing the bonds for.
Councilmember Palermo.
And just so it's clear why I'm asking that question. So we certainly, I thought, had a great discussion at the work session and then committee. And it's just a request, and it sounds like it does not happen tonight. But in the spirit of compromise, I am going to ask this mayor and council to humor me. And regarding just to give us flexibility and making sure that there's the public support and interest from the different stakeholders, instead of definitely including transition from the grass fields to the turf fields, I would prefer if this council would consider just possibly includes, just to give us the opportunity where we wouldn't be legally tied in. So it sounds like you don't have to decide that tonight, but that is a request that I'll ask for you in the future.
I can comment on that a little bit. So I met with Jeff, and Jeff, I may still you up here because you can elaborate on this a little bit, and not to get too much in the weeds on this, but the amount of conversation that I think will go around grass fields and turf fields is gigantic. I can tell you the gentleman that runs the fields for the city of Roswell is a gigantic proponent of grass fields. However, there are some, he too will tell you, this is why we got to do turf fields on this. So I think to your point, it will be illuminating to our fellow residents when we start having this discussion, because I think all of us want grass fields in many ways, but I think there's some pieces there where we ultimately might make some decisions that, well, these maybe need turf fields.
Exactly, and I want to be clear, by no means am I saying that I will oppose turf fields. I'm just saying I don't want us to tie ourselves to the legal aspect of it. I'd rather just ensure that we have the flexibility to follow the wishes of our residents as well as staff, et cetera.
City Attorney David Davidson would like to make a clarifying comment.
So you're not tied to the project except for the parking deck, because that would be required to be a parking deck. So they wouldn't be tied to the projects on these lists, but they would be tied to a parking deck if that is one of the buckets that they like to go with. So
And I appreciate that, and just, I obviously always prefer over-disclosure, so something, we can consider that one, it sounds like, at a later time before we advertise. My last question for this council to consider, and is just, so the rec and parks number, I'm guessing was about 87,600,000, and because it was about $20 million to go towards the bike ped master plan and/or sidewalk gaps. I would love for this council to consider if you have any appetite for increasing that number, even by a small amount, because we do have so many sidewalk gaps and such a large, all-encompassing bike ped master plan. But of course, if this mayor and council prefers not to do that, I certainly understand it, will not be voting against it, of course.
Mike, I will share with you, I think it's funny, I think that once we start going to HOA meetings, and if this gets approved by the council tonight, if this gets approved, I think when we start going to council meetings, to HOA meetings and meetings in the public, I think people, if they understand the cost of the overall bike and pedestrian master plan, they're gonna say, well, why didn't you spend $150 million on the bike and pedestrian master plan? I think, to your point, and the reason is, from a practical perspective, is the number's just too high. And so I'm with you. It's like, it is very, there's a lot of pieces of the specifics of the bike and pedestrian master plan that the $20 million would go to. So I certainly would not be, but you might beg the question, does it need to be, does it need to be together, or does it need to be, if you want more money there, does it need to be a separate question? I just would raise that as a question. So I'll hush and let y'all go on. Councilmember Bastrop.
Yeah, I just want to go back to this discussion of the overall numbers that are with each bucket. It's my understanding, for example, if the parking deck came in at 15, 5 would go back.
That's correct.
And we need to be aware that with public safety, we want to be as precise as we can with the estimates we've received from the chiefs, because if the kitty goes dry, then something has to be cut from those items, correct?
That's correct.
Same thing for Parks and Rec and sidewalks. If we are at 107, and as was asked earlier, for example, in my business, I have a budget. If I can't go over budget, then I have to make some cuts. That would be cuts that would have to be made at that time according to the council and how we're appropriating funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Or find other funding sources.
That's great questions. Yes. Councilmember Hall, you wanted to say something earlier, didn't you?
I think I said it.
Okay, fair enough.
But I'll add something.
Yes, ma'am.
Since you ask, just to Councilmember Palermo's point, sidewalks are important, and filling the sidewalk gaps is important. And I did get some information just today, earlier, from Mr. Cox, that on the bike ped master plan, tier 1 of those projects, many of them are already committed through T-Splost. So we're getting into tier 2, and that has a big overlap with our sidewalk connectivity and sidewalk gaps. So we are making a dent. It'd be great if we could increase it from 20 to 30,000 or 30 million, because I think that would be we would really, really see a difference based on how far we were. But I don't know if that can be in one number, if it should be in two. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Any other thoughts along those lines? Mike, Councilmember Vanstrom. Oh.
No, I just turn it off.
All right, so Mike, while we're on this, so currently there's $107.6 million for recreation and parks, bike, pedestrian, and sidewalks. Currently there's $52 million for the police department, fire department, and currently there's $20 million for the parking deck. 3 separate bonds. Suggestion is just made for potentially adding another $10 million to the first bucket of 107.6, making it 117.6 for recreation and parks and bike, pedestrian, sidewalks. I have one more thing, I guess, that I do. So is there any other thoughts of any additional bucket splitting or adding anything here that hasn't previously been suggested? Any other thoughts of something that you might want to put to the voters as a potential item out there for consideration? Councilmember Palermo.
So just wanted to raise it. It sounds like from a, just the situation that, is very, very tragic regarding the Roswell Housing Authority, and just obviously, which has been a long time in the making, which is very, very, very clear, and I think that's important to realize, and part of why it's been so long in the making is that it's obviously a very expensive challenge, and it sounds like there could be the possibility with developers, and as typically done with housing authorities, that there might be a solution there. But it is something where I'm wondering, should that be an additional, fourth question of just something to try to get the money to help accelerate the solutions of really needing to make safer these buildings, whether that means renovating or rebuilding or whatnot. I think that's something that's worth considering. Obviously, this is something where there's just, it doesn't solve all the urgent needs, but at the end of the day, it's just another example of things that for way too many years was a can kicked down the road.
Yeah, so Mike, just to be clear, so what you're suggesting is there a possibility of creating a separate bond for the housing authority in terms of creating solutions there? David, you want to weigh in on this, don't you?
I'm not sure that we can legally do that. They have the ability to issue bonds themselves.
Interesting. And so from a legal standpoint, does that mean that we could not request a bond even to loan, to do anything? Bottom line is they're a separate organization that has to.
You could issue bonds for infrastructure that would help the housing authority, but it would be city infrastructure, not somebody else's.
Not a building owned by the RHA. Okay. Well, I guess that answers that question then.
So as David just eloquently illuminated, and your question of heart and sympathy and empathy of wanting to solve this equation, it's such a darn difficult situation, because in many ways, we're taking whatever action we can. But your point does bring up a good point. And I think there is a way that we can be a guarantor, is there not, in terms of a loan to help the RHA in a way that's still legal and allows the HUD purview to still have its actionable authority, but we could at least do something that maybe is not necessarily done to help buttress what's not happening.
I believe there are ways to assist the Roswell Housing Authority, but not through a GO bond. I think, like the mayor said, there are programs, there are ways the city can assist them to meet criteria where they would be able to get money through HUD or through the development community.
Michael, I think it's an outstanding thought, though, on your part. I think it's an excellent thought. I'm glad you raised the question. I think it's an important question you raised. And it goes to saying, like, I think back to what a commitment there is by this council to try to do things differently. And thank you for raising that. All right, so let's say where we're at. So right now, there's option 4 on the table. And right now, there's an option, a consideration of $107.6 million for recreation and parks and bike, pedestrian, and sidewalks. There's also been a suggestion of making it $117.6. Would council like to weigh in on that question any further? Councilmember Vanstrom.
No, go ahead.
Councilmember Hills.
Yeah, I would like to move forward with option 4, and I would consider, with conversation with this council, the additional $10 million for sidewalks,
Okay.
bike and ped.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
I would like to see T-SPOS 1, T-SPOS 2 implemented. I would like to see the funding stay where it's at this point, and we can review this in maybe 1 or 2 years down the road and see where we're at with all of our sidewalks.
Very good. Councilmember Hall, any thoughts? Councilmember Mortland?
I came in prepared for option 4. The author of option 4, I think, did an outstanding job and needs to be commended.
So Will, say that again, brother, say that again. Did you say it needs to be amended?
Needs to be commended.
Oh, needs to be commended. You are the author of option 4, are you not?
Yes, sir.
That's why I'm trying to change it.
All right, so there's there's two suggestions on the floor. Let me put this out here. I'm going to say, is there a desire, and I'll put this in a negative framework again, is there a desire to pursue any further conversation on an option 4 with $117.6 million for Parks and Rec, bike and pedestrian, separately $52 million for police department and fire department, and $20 million for parking deck? Is there any further desire to pursue that 117, the option 4 with that amendment? Any further desire? All right, all in favor?
That was too many negatives.
Sorry.
I took the option off the table.
All right, so you want to kill the 117?
My motion would be option 4 as it stands.
Option 4 as it stands.
That was the motion that I would love to make.
All right, so Councilman Vanstrom makes a motion to move forward on the option 4, which is currently stands $107.6 million as one GO bond for parks, recreation and parks, bike, pedestrian, sidewalks. The second GO bond would be for $52 million for police department and fire department, and the third GO bond would be $20 million for parking decks.
Pass a resolution for each one.
Okay, so each one, all right, so let me just start with option 4. I can do that, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Yes, sir, Councilmember Palermo.
What I'm wondering is when is going to be the meeting where we basically have a final exact wording, exact list of the details of what goes into this? And I just want to make sure that's clear for the public, and even ideally if it could be part of the motion, but just want to make sure that's clear on the timing. So I don't know if that's a question for Mr. Knighton or Mr. Luckett or who that would be. So basically, so we've discussed this Excel is the wish list, but not going to be necessarily the final exact words or exact plan. When is the meeting where we exactly finalize it and we start publishing, advertising, creating town halls, both on the east side and the west side, et cetera? So when is that scheduling and planning meeting happening?
So this evening, when you adopt a resolution for each bucket, you are setting the parameters of the ballot question, which whatever is in the ballot question is binding for the city.
Sure.
So when you, in terms of the details behind that, that would be up to the mayor council to decide how soon you are ready to make some of those key decisions for the public campaign to move forward.
That didn't really help your question, did it?
No, it did not. Because again, just I want to. I guess would it be possible for us just to say, and the exact finalized list will be discussed in the future committee meeting, the next committee meeting?
I think to your point, the ironing of that would be, we could do it tonight, I would not advise it.
Right, no.
And I think to your point, setting perhaps a date that it is done by, perhaps by, you say, for example, September the 1st, that it is done, finalized in front of the voters so they have clarity, or maybe by August the 5th would be, so that's when we have the qualification, right? The announcement of qualification for people who are going to run for post 1, that perhaps there's clarity by the Friday, August the 5th, of how all these dollars are going to be spent if they're approved by each resolution. Just suggestions. Any other thoughts?
My one thing is, I think I'd prefer a date be an actual just council meeting date.
Okay.
So say maybe one of the August council meetings or something along those. Mr. Knighton, what would be your recommendation on timing you'd recommend?
Yeah, that first date in August would be August the 15th. 8th. 8th. August 8th? August 8th. Be August 8th.
August the 8th.
8th, yes.
I lean towards, though, our ComDev council meetings are typically the longer ones, so I'd lean towards considering maybe the one 14 days later, which would be
The 22nd?
Yeah.
22nd.
I like the 22nd because, let's face it, politics get hotter and heavier after Labor Day. Voters start paying attention after Labor Day. This gives, August 22nd, gives a little bit more time for people to have the potential residents to digest the information. And so I would suggest, to your point, August 22nd is a great date because you're ostensibly are 10 days before Labor Day, which I think is when the voters are going to really start paying attention to this. So August 22nd, we'll settle the matter if it's approved tonight. So is there a motion for August 22nd on this issue? I tell you what, let's stop. Let's come back. I'm going to put August 22nd second.
Let's go through each of them and do a motion on each.
All right, so is there a motion? There has to be, to your point, Peter, thank you, a resolution on each option. Is there a motion on bucket one, 107.6 million for the recreation and parks, bike, pedestrian, sidewalk, geo bond?
Motion to approve option 1 of option 4. Yeah, I gotta have those things. What do we have here?
All right, so David, you gonna read that?
Not to exceed amount, not to exceed 107.
Ryan, can you, the information that needs to be included in the motion, can you go through that, please?
Yes. So if you take a look at the screen, basically we've outlined kind of the 4 components of each motion that need to be outlined. So we need to identify the ballot question or the bucket category and the not to exceed principal amount. So for example, a parking deck at $20 million, the term of the bond, which is 30 years, a not to exceed interest rate of 6.5%. And again, as I mentioned earlier, because of time constraints and trying to get this done quickly, we're requesting authority for the mayor in conjunction with our financial advisor and bond counsel to finalize the other terms of the resolution. For instance, just to make you aware of what that includes, as part of the bond resolution, we are also required to identify the principal amount to be paid down each year for each bond. So that's for the next 30 years, as well as the first interest payment date. And that's all dependent upon the dollar amounts that you all approve tonight. So we're asking for some flexibility for us to fill that in after you approve the broader parameters of each ballot question. That makes sense.
Thank you, Ryan. So Councilmember Mortland, would you like to make a motion on ballot question 1 of $107.6 million as a GO bond for recreation and parks, bike, pedestrian, and sidewalks, not to exceed the $107.6 million, with the term of the bond being 30 years, the interest rate not to exceed 6.5%, and the authority given to the mayor in conjunction with financial advisor and bond counsel to finalize other terms of resolution? Would you like to make that motion, sir?
I would like to make that motion.
Thank you, Councilman Worthland. Do I have anybody else seconding that motion? Seconded by Councilmember Hall. So, ballot question 1, just to repeat, on the floor. Approval of a bucket of, $107.6 million GO bond to be submitted to the voters, not to exceed that $107.6 million. The term of the bond to be 30 years, the interest rate not to exceed 6.5%, and the authority for the mayor in conjunction with financial advisor and bond counsel to finalize other terms of resolution. That motion has a first and a second on the floor. Yes, sir. Councilmember Vanstrom.
The final breakdown of details.
Thank you very much. With the final details of what will be in the full scope of that GO bond for Parks and Rec and bike, pedestrian, sidewalks to be done by the August 22nd City Council meeting. All in favor, please raise your hands.
Point of clarification.
Point of clarification, yes, ma'am?
Do we need to amend the motion to include the last things that you included?
Yes.
But the city council says we need to amend the motion.
I would propose that we amend the motion to include the, what are we talking about now?
The language that
The
Mayor
language from,
Wilson added.
Language that Mayor Wilson just added to the original motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Worthland. Is that seconded? Councilmember Hall has seconded the motion. All in favor of this particular motion being passed and submitted to the voters as a GO bond in the November election with the prerequisite pieces we've already identified. All in favor, raise your hands. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. The second issue on the floor, is there a motion for a GO bond of $52 million for the police department and fire department, not to exceed $52 million, with the term of bond being 30 years, not to exceed an interest rate of 6.5%, the authority for the mayor in conjunction with financial advisor and bond counsel to finalize other times of resolution, and with the specific terms of this $52 million GO bond for the police and fire to be finally settled and clearly articulated by the August 22nd City Council meeting. Councilmember Hills.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion for the police and fire department's option at not to exceed $52 million for the term of 30 years, not to exceed interest rate of 6.5%. I'd also like to add that that we have authority for the mayor in conjunction with the financial advisor and bond counsel to finalize other terms of the resolution, and that we come to a resolution with the final details to be done by the August 22nd council meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Is there a second on that motion? Councilmember Vanstrom, second. Yes, sir. Point of clarification?
Yeah.
Point of clarification, Councilmember Hall.
Apologies, I didn't catch if you said 51,955 or 52 million.
52 million. I said 52.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Vanstrom has seconded the motion. All in favor of this motion, please raise your hands. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Any more further clarity on that? You good? Okay, thank you. All right, the third consideration for the third motion is ballot question category $20 million as a GO bond for a parking deck, not to exceed the principal amount of $20 million. The term of the bond will be 30 years, not to exceed the interest rate of 6.5%, with the conjunction of the authority for mayor in conjunction with financial advisor and bond counsel to finalize other times of resolution, and that the specifics of how that $20 million bond will be submitted to the voters on the November ballot will be finalized by the August 22nd City Council meeting. Do I have a motion to approve? Councilmember Palermo, Councilmember Vanstrom, sorry.
I'll let our economic development liaison lead it, but I'll be happy to second the motion.
First is made by Councilmember Vanstrom and is second by Councilmember Palermo. Thank you very much. All in favor, by the way, we have clarity on what the motion is, just FYI. Very good. All in favor of submitting a GO bond for $20 million for a parking deck, not to exceed the principal amount of $20 million, with the term of bond being 30 years, not to exceed the interest rate of 6.5%, with the authority for the mayor in conjunction with financial advisor and bond counsel to finalize other terms of resolution, and that the final details of this GO bond for the parking deck will be determined by the August 22nd City Council meeting. All in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, item number 8 on tonight's mayor's report. Yeah, still there. Thank you very much. Item number 8 on the mayor's report is approval of an ordinance to authorize Fulton County to conduct a special election in conjunction with the scheduled general election on November the 8th, 2022. Forgive me, I'm a tad behind. Yeah. City Attorney David Davidson will read the ordinance.
Thank you. This is an ordinance of the City Council to authorize Fulton County to conduct an election. Whereas on November 8th, 2022, a special election will be held in the city of Roswell in conjunction with the 2022 general election to fill an unexpired term of council member in Post 1 and for the issuance of general obligation bonds. And whereas OCGA 21-2-45 provides that a municipality may authorize and contract with a county to conduct elections by ordinance. And whereas the mayor and council of the city of Roswell have determined that an emergency exists under the Roswell City Charter, section CH 3.190, allowing for only one reading of an ordinance in order to meet deadlines to have Fulton County conduct such election for the city of Roswell during the 2022 general election. Now therefore be it ordained by the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, and it is hereby ordained and established by authority of the same, that the mayor is authorized to enter into a contract with Fulton County Department of Registrations and Elections to conduct this election using express poll or other such measures as approved by the Georgia Secretary of State, the contract which is attached hereto and incorporated herein. And if approved, this would be the reading of the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Does council have any questions or comments? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Any further comments from council? Councilmember Hills?
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve from
Second.
Councilmember Hills, or
Seconded. I'll
Councilmember,
second
seconded by Councilmember Vanstrom. All right, so we're making a motion for Fulton County to conduct a special election for the city of Roswell. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is the approval for the mayor to sign a memoranda of understanding, MOU, as currently understood, with Roswell Economic Development and Tourism, Inc. for the services of Roswell, Inc. This current MOU will continue to have Roswell, Inc. serve as the designated economic and business development organization for the city of Roswell and promote the city of Roswell as a top destination for business and economic growth. The term of this MOU is for 1 year from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. Does council have any questions or comments? Being that there are no questions or comments from the council, anyone from the public? Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Janet Russell. Economic Development and Tourism, Inc. became a legal body for the services of Roswell, Inc. because I know that the hotel motel sales tax is what funds Visit Roswell by state law. First 10%, I believe, goes to trails, and the remainder, the next percentage goes to Visit Roswell or tourism, and the rest can be turned into a general fund, to the general fund of the city. I'm just wondering, and I'm questioning the legality, and I'm not an attorney like Mr. Davidson, but having been a tourism professional for 40 years and the president of a national organization, I'm the one that brought up the hotel motel sales tax uncollections 7 or 8 years ago when Roswell, Inc. didn't know anything about it, and we probably lost several $1 million in hotel motel sales tax that we failed to collect. So I'm wondering why we are going to sign an MOU with Economic Development and Tourism, Inc. for the services of Roswell, Inc. And then the next item, which is 10, the services of Visit Roswell. It seems to me that someone's trying to skirt the law by combining the two so that money can be shifted from one of these accounts to the other. The other question I have is, why do we need Roswell, Inc. at this point? We've just hired a fantastically professional economic developer full-time. And we belong to the North Fulton Chamber of Commerce, as Dr. Vanstrom has pointed out to me. So why do we need him at all? Since it was started as the Roswell Business Alliance maybe 12 years ago, I think, it was supposed to be a one-time deal that he got paid $167,000 to jumpstart it because we were in the dire straits of the recession. After that, he was supposed to be financially independent. To date, I guess, well, the last 2 years, 19 and 20, we gave him $2 million. He hired himself. He determined his own salary. He determines his own benefits. And all we ever hear in this city is how we are in the economic doldrums. Nothing's happening. And you know the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, but every year you sign an MOU with Roswell, Inc., knowing that we've just heard about all the crud that's going on in this town with no development. Well, now we have an economic professional developer, and I think we need to disband this group. We don't need to sign another MOU with him to fund him, however, whether it's funneling it through the hotel motel sales tax, funneling it through this LLC or whatever it's called, Inc. Something's fishy somewhere, and I don't like it. Something's rotten in Denmark, as they used to say. If it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, chances it's a duck. So I don't think you should be signing an MOU with somebody that's commingling their funds with another entity. It's too close, too close. And if I have my way about it, I will probably contact the Secretary of State to have him investigated.
Thanks, Ms. Russell. Ryan, would you like to specifically address any potential of commingling of funds and how the funds are actually distributed?
Thank you, Mayor. Of the 8% hotel motel tax that we collect, 43.75% of that goes to the CVB for tourism, conventions and trade shows only. As part of our annual audit, they are required to show us how those funds are spent. As part of state requirements, they're required to submit annual reports to the Department of Community Affairs to demonstrate how they spend tourism, trade, and convention shows dollars. So all of that is looked at by us, it's looked at by the state. Roswell Inc. is funded the last couple of years through our auto rental excise tax fund, which can be used for the promotion of trade and commerce and tourism. So.
And just for pure transparency, the budget of Roswell, Inc. is submitted. It's a total dollar figure of which they have accountability for, and the city in FY22 and FY23 has contributed how much to that budget?
In FY22, I believe it was $277,500. The same amount was approved for FY23.
Is there any other money that the city is paying to Roswell, Inc. outside that? Is it contributing to Roswell, Inc. outside of the 277.5?
No.
Is that 277.5 part of the car rental tax?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens to the excess car rental tax money, if there is excess car rental tax money?
It stays in our auto rental excise tax fund for future allocation by the mayor and council.
Thank you. So just to be clear, car rental tax is where the funds are coming from the city of Roswell for Roswell, Inc. In FY22, this current year, with the year that just ended, it was $277,500. And in the current budget year of FY23, again, it's $277,500 that the city of Roswell is putting in towards the Roswell, Inc. budget.
That's correct.
Does that Roswell, Inc. budget, does that meet, do you know what the total Roswell, Inc. budget is, by any chance, off the top of your head?
I believe it's around $500,000 to $600,000.
So it's not even quite half of, it's
I believe it's around 45, this past year, maybe around 45% of their total.
Thank you, Ryan. Council, any thoughts or questions on the matter? Councilmember Palermo?
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So this MOU is far advanced compared to previous MOUs, where there is without a doubt going to be the most accountability, the most alignment with just really, making sure that we're all working together and towards a common goal for Roswell. And so for those reasons, thanks to the improved partnership that's come about and reflected within this MOU, I will be supporting it tonight.
Thanks, Councilmember Palermo. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. And I did want to point out, I believe it was 2 years ago that we did add paragraph 5, that Roswell, Inc. shall provide quarterly metrics as determined by the City of Roswell and/or the City of Roswell Economic Development Director. And now that we have an economic director on board, he'll be working to put those metrics together so that we'll have more transparency and visibility into the performance of Roswell, Inc.
I want to answer the question about Roswell, Inc. Not so much Roswell CVB, because the 43.75, the state mandates that you got to spend money. They got to spend that 43.75. If you don't have a CVB, you got to figure out how to spend it internally. I don't want to spend as much time on the CVB. I do want to spend a little time just for a second on Roswell, Inc. I think it's an important time to talk about it, since there were some I think it's a very charged question. And I will tell you that I'm of the belief, through the leadership of this council and through the leadership of the staff, is that there has been a dramatic shift in terms of energy, a dramatic shift in terms of vision, and a dramatic shift in terms of engagement with the leadership of Roswell, Inc. and the expectation. And a very good question was asked. So since we have an economic development director, and we've activated another development authority, and we have a liaison on city council for economic development, which we've never had before, and we have a greater engagement with the RDDA, the Downtown Roswell Development Authority, on and on and on. And we've identified, we've got 4 economic pods, and there's a lot more economic activity and conversation going on. Well, why in the world do we need Roswell, Inc.? I think it's a fair question. I think that's a good question. And the way I would answer that question is Roswell, Inc. is a part of the economic development strategy of this mayor and council beginning this year. And kind of like the earlier conversation is, we are asking for your trust for us to execute with Roswell, Inc. as part of the economic team to get things done in this city. And if we find that that doesn't work, we'll be the first to call it out. And I think, to Mike kind of mentioned it earlier, there's a much greater clarity in the memorandum of understanding. There's a dramatic different understanding. There's also a much better working relationship and a set of expectations from this council in terms of what is to be expected in terms of getting done. So time will tell, and I will tell you that this council and mayor, if we find that it's not a successful instrument in terms of a part of the economic team, this mayor and council will call it out, and we'll continue to fund it. But at this juncture, we are asking for the trust of our fellow residents to use it to continue with the relationship. So that's my commentary on it, and I thank you for your time on that. All right. So does anyone have a motion? By the way, to be clear, would someone like to make the motion for the Memorandum of Understanding MOU with Roswell Economic Development and Tourism, Inc. for the services of Roswell, Inc.? Would someone like to make that motion? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. Motion to approve the mayor to sign this new memorandum of understanding with Roswell Economic Development and Tourism, Inc. for the services of Roswell, Inc.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second? Councilmember Vanstrom, thank you. I have a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. What's it, 10? Yeah, 10. The next item on the agenda is the approval for the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding with Roswell Economic Development and Tourism, Inc. for the services of Visit Roswell. The explanation is simple. This current MOU would continue to have Visit Roswell serve as a designated marketing organization for promoting tourism, trade shows, conventions, and other various marketing services to citizens and visitors to Roswell. The term of this MOU as relates to Visit Roswell is for a 3-year period from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2025. Council, have any questions or comments? Councilmember Palermo.
So just like the previous MOU, of course, it's the same board. And just like the previous MOU, there is the same amount of accountability and really increased alignment, just working towards the city's goals. And so due to this really improved MOU, I also will be supporting this this MOU because, again, this is not like the previous MOUs. This is one that absolutely will increase alignment and accountability.
Thanks, Councilmember Palermo. Any other comments from council? Councilmember Vanstrom.
Yeah, I just like to take a moment to thank Councilman Palermo for working so hard on both these MOUs, and with his expertise and 6 years experience, it's been very, very helpful. to exactly what he has said, is not only have we developed a great relationship so far with Roswell Inc. and Steve, and Andy's doing a great job, CVB, but for the city to now be in better communication, in a better position of review of what's happening with these organizations, and to be a more integral part of these organizations has been fabulous to watch Mike and the mayor and all they've done to bring this forward, and they really have done a stellar job, and I'm very pleased to be supporting these new MOUs.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanstrom. We appreciate your leadership on it as well. Any other questions or comments from council? That being said, I take it to our Roswell residents for any additional comments.
Very incorrect, Mr. Vanstrom. Very incorrect. You're a dentist. I don't tell you how to pull teeth. I think Visit Roswell has not done an outstanding job. They closed the visitor center. He got $2 million. He closed it in April of 2020 and never reopened it. He made no outreach to anybody as an organization. In his own pie chart, he said 80% of his money went to salaries. Interesting. I'm not condemning him as an individual, but from a professional standpoint, no. If he was getting a peer review from me, it would be 0. There has been now he's got the mobile truck. My idea, November 2020, I called him, we had an hour conversation about it. Took him 18 months to implement it. You know why? Because he was getting a paycheck. It didn't matter if he had anything going on. Sorry, tourism is so important as an industry. It's the single largest creator of income in the world as an industry. That's why I've been passionate about it for 40 years. I'm sorry. You want to know a good example? In March of 2022, we still had up at the town square on the kiosk the winter holiday events with a snowman. And it was spring. Because he was so busy he couldn't change the sign. I rest my case.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Anybody else here from the public that'd like to speak on the matter? Being that there's nobody else here from the public like to speak on the matter, bring it back to council. Any additional thoughts or comments or questions? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion for memorandum of understanding MOU with the Roswell Economic Development and Tourism, Inc. for the services of Visit Roswell, i.e. approval for the mayor to sign an MOU with Roswell Economic Development and Tourism?
Motion to approve item 10, approval of the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding with Roswell Economic Development and Tourism, Inc. for the services for Visit Roswell.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanstrom. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Mortland. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Next is the consent agenda. Got a lot of. Dan, do you want to come forward and explain the process before I get into the consent agenda? Do you want to explain the process for selecting an on-call consultant? And the second question is, why does RDOT need a consultant for this project?
Sure. I will just talk through this very quickly, and I'll be happy to get into more details if there are questions from you, Mayor and Council, or the members of the public. For starters, standby consultants, why we have them, how we select them, and how we get to this point where we're awarding them a contract. About every 3 years or so, we retain standby consultants that are experienced in the kind of work we do routinely. Several departments do that. We do that in transportation. In 2019, we selected the current batch of standby consultants. We went through a request for proposal and procurement process that vetted a number of firms. There was actually a detailed procurement memo. I believe we had about 18 submittals, about 29 firms interested, shortlisted to 6, and then interviewed them, had them demonstrate their capabilities in an example project, and selected 3 that we've retained for the last 3 years. That's how we get to a group of qualified consultants that we're comfortable with, and they have done a bit of work for us, not too much because we didn't have a lot of new design projects during the last 3 years, But that's the group that we currently have. Why do we use a standby consultant? Number one reason is speed of execution and familiarity with the city of Roswell and our project needs. We select each individual consultant or who we'd like to award a task order to based on their qualifications and who we think fits the project the best. In this particular case, we're recommending KCI Inc. There's a couple of reasons for that. One, they have done work that's very close by in the city on the King Road 92 project and the Woodstock 92 intersection improvement project. So they're somewhat familiar with that area and have done some relevant nearby work. They're also in a position to execute it fairly quickly, which is an attractive feature. I think they could get started as early as August if this is approved. They also have their own survey crews, and survey is a big portion of this project. So their being able to assure survey availability was one of our factors in making the recommendation to proceed with them on this particular assignment. We also do consider splitting the work around a little bit, so other consultants have ongoing work, and KCI is relatively available for this assignment. With that, why, maybe the second question you asked, why don't we do this ourselves? Number one, we simply do not have the capacity nor the expertise to design or survey a project of this magnitude in the city of Roswell. Our staff is very capable. We have some registered PEs. We actually do have a surveyor who's licensed in the city also. But their capacity is limited to very small projects. We've done a few things, but I would sort of put their upper end of what we could do internally at about maybe a project of $500,000 construction. This project is more than 10 times that size. And survey capacity, we do not have anywhere near the capacity to do this survey nor the expertise. One surveyor is not a survey crew, nor is he particularly specialized in subsurface utility exploration, which there's quite a bit of that involved on the Woodstock corridor. So with that, I think I've addressed those questions, but I'll be happy to clarify anything.
Well, with your permission, another question may come up, but Christine, do you mind, because you have spoken eloquently on this, can you add a few, can you echo or add a few comments in relation to this process?
I think Dan has covered it. It's basically the expertise and having the staff. It's a large project all the way from Crossville down to Canton Street. You have to have people with a lot of different skill bases as part of your crews. You're doing surveying, which is important because of your utilities, of your property acquisition, row acquisitions, and everything else that is involved. And if we try to do this ourselves, it's just not something that typically cities our size do.
Yes, sir.
Could I mention one other point that I did not mention?
You're done. Sorry, it's all over with. You're good.
In the RFQ, RFP, and the selection process for our standbys, the other point that is vetted is their rates for various labor categories. So that has all been vetted as part of their award of an initial contract. So we know what their labor rates are, and those are competitive with the other firms that submitted at that time.
Yes, Councilmember Vanstrom.
I know you love being put on the spot, so I just want to ask, it's about $600,000 for the study, which I understand is very detailed and involved, and you started to allude to the overall cost of the program. What would you estimate the overall cost of this program will be for implementation?
This is roughly a $7 million project in our T-SPLOS 2 budget. About $1 million of that is for design, $1 million roughly for right-of-way, and about 5.1 for construction. So this is actually below our estimate for the design cost, and this does include all of the upfront survey work as well as completion of bidding documents through procurement of a construction contractor.
Will you follow up on that question, Peter? It's a great question, because we are talking about T-SPLOS 2, And this project is identified in T-Splosh 2, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this project has a specific cost identified that was submitted to the voters in T-Splosh 2, does it not?
Yes, sir.
And so the project cost, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood you, is actually coming in below what we submitted to the voters and what the voters passed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Council, any other thoughts or questions? All right. Please turn over to Roswell residents. Would like to make any comments? Yes, sir.
Does this involve anything more than a 10-foot multi-purpose path? Is that it?
So the project is a corridor improvement project. The primary focus of it is a multi-use trail.
Are there intersection improvements?
There may be. There are some projects that are also related to this one that have been put on hold specifically until we do the entire corridor. A left turn lane at Crabapple Middle School is what I'm thinking about that comes to mind.
Because it doesn't sound like you're going very deep into the ground, so I'm wondering why there is such a need for the underground utility survey.
So every time we go into a roadway, regardless of how shallow that is, we often find utilities. In some cases, very shallow, and in some cases, we may have to find or may have to improve some that have been identified as problems in that corridor. So that's something that we would go through with stormwater. The other thing that I would mention is, regardless of just putting in a multi-use trail, one of the other things that has complicated many projects is accommodation of impervious surface and runoff from stormwater. So if we're adding any impervious surface, that's another reason why we may have to go down to make stormwater BMPs to accommodate that runoff. In general, sir, I would just say that every one of our projects, we want to look as carefully as we can for utilities and above ground and below ground up front.
Jason, is it okay, because anything further specific that you want to ask us about the project?
Well, yeah, you know, with the utilities, call 811, they'll come mark them in the field with about 2 weeks' notice. And if you're worried about stormwater, I would think that you've got as-built surveys for all the stormwater and sewer lines in that street because they're just not that old. So I don't understand why you would need to resurvey all that.
I would disagree respectfully on the sewer in particular. That's all Fulton County, and while they do have good information, it is not, it's always our practice, and I would say best practice, to verify that information, and we have found a number of surprises, not just with sewer, but in some cases with our own utilities as well as Fulton County water, which is also in this corridor to some extent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jason. Yes, ma'am. I don't believe you.
Oh, it's true. I gave up swimming tonight to come here. I just have a few questions about this project. One, do we really need it? There's already connecting sidewalks from Canton Street to Crossville, a luxury I've certainly never enjoyed, with the exception of about 200 feet of missing sidewalk where there's a gap. Why do we need it? Who's driving? Who's the person or group pushing this project behind the scenes? Was the transportation, the new Citizen Transportation Commission consulted about this? Because that's one of their missions now. That's their, you know, whole purpose of them is to be the voice of the people. I don't know. Thirdly, I know there's a lot of schools there now. You know, we got about 5 schools walking that street. But we aren't going to expect children to be riding their bikes or walking there. When I was on the board of Bike Roswell, I was the liaison to the schools for Safe Routes to School program. And every principal that I spoke with said, we don't want the children riding their bikes or walking to school because it's a liability for the schools. I thought that was interesting because I walked to school my whole life. So we aren't putting in these multimodal paths for these people, for the children to get to school. So I'm just wondering what this is all about. And instantly, when Dan mentions infrastructure and all that, you know that monstrosity intersection where North Coleman dumps out onto onto Woodstock, which is hysterically funny, with about 20 traffic lights, some of which point to nothing? Are we going to have to move all those traffic light poles to put in sidewalks because we didn't plan in advance we just waited years for them to put in that monstrosity? It's so funny. And now we're going to have to take them all out to put them back in because we're going to make the sidewalks wider? I'm sorry. This is a solution, and a problem in search of a solution, and we don't need it.
May I comment?
Yes, sir.
So in terms of what's driving this project, multi-use trails were extremely popular and a big portion of our T-SPLOST 2 referendum. This is one of the major ones that will be an entire corridor connectivity. So in terms of what's driving this, I would say that the residents of Roswell are driving this in terms of their prioritization of projects in approval of the T-SPLOST referendum.
I'm going to listen because I can't hear you back there.
Sure, I'm sorry. The second thing was, so that was who's driving this. Has the commission discussed this internally? Not yet, but it has definitely come up in terms of the potential
I'll discuss,
agenda.
I will address that. I will address that myself. I'll be happy to address that issue myself.
And I'd like to move on to just one quick comment, because the North Coleman and Crabapple intersection, or Woodstock, Woodstock intersection has come up a couple of times. And I just want to mention that that type of intersection with the multiple lights, I know it seems overkill. It is one of the top performing pedestrian safety improvements that's been studied that I've just heard about at recent conversations and conference proceedings within the last 6 months. And the purpose of those multiple locations is they attract drivers' attention to the crosswalk area where pedestrians are physically located on the corners. And it may or may not be the ideal situation in that particular location.
No, they're not.
But I think that is something we're going to see more of in pedestrian safety efforts throughout the city.
Okay, and one other question, Dan, was this put out for a bid? Because there's an ordinance requiring a bid.
Actually, this does not apply in this case. The procurement process that we followed back in 2019 follows the best practice and our ordinance for procurement of professional services, which is a qualifications-based selection with a comparison of competitive rates among the competing firms. So we did all of that, and this particular firm was quite competitive with the rest of the field that was selected.
But so there was no bid, though?
We do not bid professional services, just like I don't bid my doctor's selection.
Well, some people do now. But the other thing is regarding this project, this whatever you're voting for says you're voting for a design, or are they doing a survey? Which is it, or is it both?
It is both. It
All
is
right.
the initial survey, what we call data collection or data dictionary, a lot of information gathered, and then a concept development that we brought to council and completion of the final plans and specifications for bidding documents once we've received public input on the concept.
Is this the same company that gave us Rucker Road? Because Rucker Road is very special.
I'm not sure who designed Rucker
Well,
Road off the top
Rucker
of my
Road,
head.
where it ties into the Alpharetta part of it, the contrast is really obvious. Ours looks
I think
like-
we're at 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, I think with all due respect, I think
Fine,
Dan,
well, I appreciate it because I can't hear back there. Mr. Sosky's a very soft-spoken person, and I didn't stay this late to not hear.
Thank you. We're at 5
Thank you, Ms.
minutes.
Hills. She's in charge. He's in charge, not you.
I definitely very seldom in charge, as we could tell by most of these meetings. I've just got to, I'm along for the ride. Dan, thank you. So let me address the Transportation Advisory Council, Transport Advisory Commission. It was something I ran on, as something I believe in, and something that I think has a great opportunity to be a great thing for our residents of our city. And one of the things, though, I think, like in any organization or anything you put together, you have to be careful to set things up for success and not for failure. And I do not, one of the things that coming into office here as a newly elected mayor, I'm going to make a point here, is figuring out the lay of the land and figuring out, not obviously the things that are working and the things that weren't working, hearing a lot of people's different narratives. But I think one of the things that became very clear to myself, and I believe to my council brethren, was that we believe we have, in the present day, in 2022, a highly engaged, highly competent, highly professional staff. And and more importantly, is that the mayor and city council establish policy. And that there's no misunderstanding, I think, anywhere in City Hall, that the mayor and city council establish policy, and that this job of the staff, with the greatest respect to that, is to execute that policy. And I think the clarity of vision, the clarity of strategy, and the clarity of alignment of this mayor and city council has served this staff magnificently. And I think that some of my fellow brothers and sisters, residents in this city, are still fighting battles from the past. And I say that about the Transportation Commission. I don't hold distrust for RDOT. And for those of you who do, I cannot address the sins of the past. All I can do is address what this administration, this council, this mayor, and this staff does. And what I can say is that there's clarity from the staff to follow the vision of this mayor and council. And that matters. And what I also say is, for the TAC, the Transportation Advisory Commission, to be successful, to work in a consultative role to the mayor and city council, there are really 5 big objectives in front of you, 5 big ones. Gateway, which is gigantic. The Transportation Master Plan, which is gigantic. The Bike and Pedestrian Plan, which is gigantic. The traffic calming measures throughout the city, which is gigantic. And 5, I'm leaving one out, is the overarching approach from a resident's perspective is to fit into the long-term economic plans of what we want the city to look like, and to cut through traffic as much as possible. And that's kind of the overarching mission. And for me, I think that's very important for the TAC, the Transportation Commission, to stay very focused on that. And what I don't want the TAC is, to answer your question, Jenny, which I think is a trap, and it's a trap that will create failure for the TAC, is to begin to prosecute every single transportation project out there. I think that's a trap. And so my advice to TAC, stay focused on the big 5, because if you get into, when I think any of us in life that have been around for a while, you get into anything and you ask enough questions, you can make any one of us or anything look bad. Or you can say, well, why didn't you do this? Or why isn't that happening? And I think the prosecution comes from an area of the past. It comes from an area of distrust. And again, I'm going to go back to that theme. I'm asking for the unusual request is, we are transparent. You can ask us anything, and doggone it, we're going to answer it. And so we're asking for your trust. So that's my answer on the TAC. All right. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councilmember Hall.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hills. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. That's it for the consent agenda. We go into the regular agenda. Do we have to do this? Okay. Oh, my God. Do you need to take a break? No. Okay. Next is the Community Development Department. Councilman Palermo, will you read the first community development item?
Item number 1, approval of RZ 202-15342, Civ to PV. And the applicant has requested a deferral from the July 11th, 2022 Mayor and Council meeting to the August 8th, 2022 Mayor and Council meeting. and this was already deferred from the June 13th, 2022 mayor and council meeting. But that being said, since we changed the rules and something that was important, where what used to be the norm was the day of an applicant requests a change. This was not, of course, following the rules, this was not requested today, and so therefore, I will motion to defer this item to the August 8th, 2022 mayor and council meeting.
Well, unfortunately, since I run this meeting, it's up to me to seek public comment, and there's still hundreds of people here that are wanting to speak on this item. But other than that, Councilman Palermo, would you like to make a motion for the deferral?
Motion to defer till the August 8th, 2022 mayor and council meeting.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Hills. All those in favor, please raise your hands. It is unanimous. Thank you very much. Councilman Palermo, will you read the next community development item?
Item number 2, approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code.
Sorry, Michael, sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to make a comment that I was looking forward to discussing this this evening, and just to let my colleagues know that I may not be here for the August 8th meeting because I'll be moving a child into college.
Thanks, Christine. How
For the record.
convenient. She's going to be missing that one.
Item number 2, approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding Articles 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Article 9, Section 9.3.1 to update the use of tables regarding multifamily. This is the second reading. Mr. Davidson?
City Attorney Davidson, will you please read the ordinance, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. This is an ordinance to amend Unified Development Code by modifying the use table in Articles 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Article 9, Section 9.3.1, Household Living. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 3, Section 3.4.2 Use Table, Article 4, Section 4.5.2 Use Table, Article 5, Section 5.5.2 Use Table, Article 6, Section 6.5.2 Use Table, Article 7, Section 7.4.2 Use Table, and Article 9, Section 9.3.1 Household Living, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the second reading.
So Councilmember Palermo will now call Jackie Dybel forward. Councilmember Palermo? Oh,
Let me get him.
Ms. Dybel, please.
We'll get started. So, as stated, this is the second reading. It was heard for the first reading on June 27th. And basically what that was is it separated out multifamily apartment and multifamily condominium in Articles 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. The major change that was asked for by staff was to clarify Section 9.3.1 in the use standards. This is the current language in the code. What we are proposing tonight is to indicate where multifamily is allowed. It is allowed only in the upper stories of mixed-use buildings, so we'll be removing as a limited use. And the sentence below, a lobby or other entrance is allowed on the ground floor. That is being deleted as well. And this new language will be added to that section. Additionally, developments that have been approved as a conditional use by the mayor and council for multifamily condominium cannot change to multifamily apartment without approval from the mayor and city council. However, a conditional use approved for multifamily apartment are allowed to convert to multifamily condominium without additional approval from the mayor and city council. If the staff recommends approval of the second reading. Do you have any questions?
thanks, Jackie. Council, have any questions or comments? Public? No questions or comments? All right, Councilmember Palermo, would you like to take a motion? Like to make a motion?
Motion to approve item number 2, approval of a text amendment to the UDC regarding Articles 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Article 9, Section 9.3.1 to update the use tables. And I motion to approve the second reading.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hills. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilmember Palermo, will you read the next community development item?
Approval of the text amendment to the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 4, Corridor and Nodes Districts, Section 4.2, District Components, Section 4.2.1, Applicability, and Article 13, Administration, Section 13.4.3, Who can submit an application. This is the first reading.
Thanks. City Attorney David Davidson, will you please read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 4, Corridor and Nodes District, Section 4.2, District Components, Section 4.2.1, Applicability, and Article 13, Administration, Section 13.4.3, who can submit an application. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 4, Corridor Nodes District, Section 4.2, District Components, Section 4.2.1, Applicability, and Article 13, Section 13.4.3, who can submit an application, letter E of the Unified Development Code, which is the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this would be the first reading.
Thanks, David. Councilmember Palermo, will you call Jackie Dibble forward, please?
Ms. Dibble?
So background on this is the first reading of the text amendment. It went to committee on April 26th, initiation on May 9th. It was heard by the Planning Commission on June 21st. This is the first reading, and it is advertised for July 25th, 2022. If it's approved this evening, it'll be heard as a second reading on that evening. So what this is adding language to section 4.2.1 applicability to add a letter D indicating if a proposed mixed-use development includes multiple parcels, subdivision review is in accordance with 13.5 is required to be step number 1. So an applicant would have to do a subdivision plat through the process here via staff. That is the first step. Once they've completed that, mixed-use development if the mixed-use development includes existing buildings, uses, or infrastructure that's required to meet the square footage of non-residential uses, then those existing buildings, uses, or infrastructure must comply with other applicable sections of the UDC of the existing code. So if a conditional use is required, so let's say someone uses a gas station to use as part of square footage, that gas station, which is now a conditional use, would be required to have a separate conditional use as part of the application. So we're adding that to this section, and we're adding the same language to section 13.4.3. So that's what would be required if a developer came in on a property with numerous parcels, let's say 3 or 4, and additional uses to be added to the square footage percentage requirement of either the 51% or the 75%. And this is the first reading. The Planning Commission did recommend denial of this item on their June 21st meeting. Staff recommends approval of the first reading of the text amendment.
Awesome. Thank you, Jackie. Does council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. In the Planning Commission discussion, I believe one of the commissioners had said, why not just not allow existing buildings to count towards the square footage? And I prefer this approach. I prefer that we do give the flexibility that someone can use an existing building. However, if you want to use an existing building to get credit towards building more apartments, then the current building that you're using needs to meet the current standards, whether that be the current uses, whether that be infrastructure, sidewalk requirements, setbacks, all those different aspects. So again, it's really up to the developer, because they can either choose to use the existing building and get credit for it, but it has to fit and meet the current standards and rules, or they can choose not to include that building, and that's completely up to them. And I prefer to give that additional flexibility.
It's a good fix, isn't it, Mike?
I think so.
It really is. I mean, I'd like for you and Christine, it's just us, unfortunately, at this point, but this is an important point you brought into the question to solve some of the problems. This is a perfect example. This is a solution that hasn't been there, and people have asked many times, why did you do that, or why did that happen? And to y'all's credit, you picked it up, boom, put it in here. This is a solution of the matter.
Absolutely, and we certainly heard a strong desire for walkable destinations, and certainly, for example, a storage facility or a car wash doesn't necessarily fit into creating that walkable destination. So it's an important opportunity for mayor and council to get to weigh in, and therefore the public getting to weigh in.
It's awesome. Thank you. Anybody else from council want to talk about this? Great stuff. Public, okay, thank you. And so, Councilmember Palermo, would you like to make your motion?
Motion to approve item number 3.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, just for clarity's perspective, since I have David here next to me, he's kicking me, got to read the approval of the text amendment. So, Is there approval of the text amendment to Unified Development Code, UDC, by modifying Article 4 Corridor Notice District, Section 4.2, District Components, Section 4.21, applicability in Article 13, Administration, Section 13.43? Is there a
Motion to approve that first reading.
Motion to approve and seconded? Seconded, thank you. All in favor, please raise your hands. It's passes unanimously. Thank you on the first reading. Thank you so much. Councilman Palermo, will you read the next community development item, item number 4?
Approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code to Articles 8 and 13, demolitions in historic district. This is the first reading.
City Attorney Davidson, will you please read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 8, Section 8.2, Historic District Overlay, and modifying Article 13, Section 13.7.4, what is an administrative certificate of appropriateness, and Section 13.7.11, what if an application is for demolition, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this would be the first reading.
Councilmember Palermo, please read. Would you please call Julie Martin forward to
Mrs. Martin?
yeah, explain the item? Yes.
Good evening. You saw this at Community Development and Transportation Committee on April 26th, I'm sorry. Initiated on May 9th, went to Planning Commission on June 21st. Tonight, July 11th, and if you approve it tonight, it's anticipated and advertised for July 25th for the second reading. We added language to Article 8 about the historic properties map, including the 5 categories: historic, historic obscured, non-historic, intrusion, and vacant, their definitions. We moved Article other similar changes to letter R and added demolition of building structures or other objects classified as intrusion on the historic properties map as established in Article 8 on the list of items that are what is an administrative certificate of appropriateness, so that intrusion buildings could be approved for demolition by staff rather than going to the board. And then furthermore, we amended Article 13.7.11, what is if an application is for demolition. We added Article G to reiterate that intrusion can be reviewed administratively, and then further we added letter H, which says that properties classified as historic obscured would still be reviewed by the board, but demolition review of historic obscured buildings would not require concurrent review of plans for redevelopment. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the text amendment at their June 21st meeting, and staff recommends approval of the first reading.
Thanks, Julie. Council, have any questions or comments? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So this item, I just want to make sure it's clear. This does not impact the rules that we have around trees. So any demolition of a tree is not affected by this. So the trees are still protected the same way under the rest of our code. And also, of course, this is purely aiming at the intrusive, for example, in the obscured, where only the intrusive can be demolished with staff versus having to go through that longer process. And just really the examples are, we have buildings within the historic district that are documented and acknowledged to be taking away from the historic character, and yet the way our code exists today and will continue to exist unless we approve this first reading and the second reading, is that even though it's documented and acknowledged that the building is taking away from the character of the historic district, we still will slow down the process for a developer to be able to demolish that building and work on actually building something that is going to have more historic character, because this is also not changing all of the rules around buildings being built in the historic district. So anything that is built in the historic district has to go through the HPC public process and really focused on historic character, which again, anything that's intrusive is taken away from the historic character. So I certainly support this tonight.
Thanks, Councilmember Palermo. Any other comments or questions from council? So, with all due respect to the public, there's no one here left, so I'm not going to ask the public. So I'll just, Mr. Councilmember Palermo, would you like to make a motion?
Motion to approve the text amendment to the Unified Development Code to Articles 8 and 13, demolitions in the Historic District, and again, this is the first reading.
Thank you so much. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hill. Sorry. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Councilmember Palermo, will you read the last community development item, item number 5?
Approval of the initiation of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding Section 6.5.2, use table for self-service storage use.
This is the initiation of the text amendment, as stated, to section 6.5.2, use table for self-storage use. It will replace the P, which is permitted, to an L, limited use for the all self-service storage in the IL, industrial light zoning district.
Thank you, Jackie.
Staff recommends approval of initiation.
Awesome. Council, any questions or comments? Councilmember Palermo.
So this initiation is actually just to restore some rules that existed where there was, I believe, a unanimous vote probably in around 2018 or so, which just basically provided rules for what self-service storage units would, just basically the rules on how they're built to make sure they're fitting in with the character of the surrounding areas. It's something that's certainly common if you look at some of the self-storage units that have been built in actually Alpharetta and Sandy Springs to exist in a way that's not taking away from the neighboring properties. So again, it was unanimous. Took a lot of work back in 2018, and then in a split vote that I believe, yes, was 4-3 in 2020, I believe. This was approximately. This was reversed, and so I think it is valuable for the residents and for neighboring businesses to have this restored back to a limited use.
Thanks, Councilmember Palermo. Would you like to make a motion, Councilmember Palermo? Or any other comments or questions from the council? Councilmember Palermo, would you like to make a motion?
Motion to approve the initiation of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding Section 6.5.2, use table for self-service storage use.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Christine Hall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Julie. All right, next is the Public Safety Department. Councilmember Hills, will you read the first public safety item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is the approval of a text amendment to Chapter 3, Alcoholic Beverages, Section 3.6.3, Handling Permit Required, Section 3.6.4, Employment of Certain Persons Prohibited of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances. This is the second reading.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Hills. City Attorney Davidson, would you please read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 3, Article 3.6, entitled Employment Restrictions and Handling Requirements of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell and for other purposes. Now therefore, to accomplish the foregoing, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend the following ordinances, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, City Attorney David Davidson. Councilmember Hills, would you please call Chief Conroy forward?
Chief Conroy, take it away, please, sir.
By the way, just apologies, Jim. Joe Panino's responsible for where you are in the schedule tonight. We were going to have you much forward, but
he's still waiting outside. So. Good evening. You've seen this. This is the second reading of this ordinance. This was as a result of some of the changes we made to the permitting fees. We identified some very small language changes that we recommend changes to. One is the validity for the permit to reduce that from 2 years to 1 year. That'll bring us into alignment with our other ordinances, the other permits we issue, along with our neighbors, and allows us to have a more accurate and updated information for conviction information for our licensees. The second part of that is to reduce the restrictions on convictions from 10 years to 5 years for crimes involving moral turpitude.
thank you, Police Chief Jim Conroy. Councilmember Hills, do you have any questions or comments that you'd like to bring up on this piece?
Just thank you very much for getting these up to speed and keeping us on track in the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
So some feedback I've received is that certainly once the confusion was cleared up, that business owners certainly see the 10 years going down to 5 years is beneficial for their hiring and et cetera. And then at the same time that they prefer the 2 years over 1 year. However, Chief, you've brought up at a previous meeting and an email to mayor and council, which obviously any resident can always request, just basically that this is aligning us with the surrounding jurisdiction. So this is the standard if they were to open up a restaurant in any of our neighboring jurisdictions. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. This is consistent with all of our neighbors and most of the other permits that we issue.
And you're confident that this does not overburden the really our department and the permit operations?
No, not at all. That's a standard procedure to issue permits. It's not a lengthy process. I do personally have to review each application, and just to put that in context, in my 3 years, I've only denied 1 permit. And that's what brought this requested change, because that permit almost fell through the cracks, and they would have had a permit for 2 years despite a conviction that would have prohibited them from getting a license.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Any other comments or questions from council? Okay. Councilmember Hills, would you like to make a motion?
I would. Motion to approve the text amendment to Chapter 3, Alcoholic Beverages, Section 3.6.3, Handling Permit Required, Section 3.6.4, Employment of certain persons prohibited of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances, second reading.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Mortland. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. On to item 7. Councilmember Hills, would you read the second item under public safety?
Yes, Mayor. Approval of a text amendment to Chapter 10, Licenses, Taxes, and Business Regulations, Section 10.9.9 fee of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances. This is the second reading.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. City Attorney David Davidson, will you read the ordinance, please, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Article 10.9 regarding door-to-door solicitation permits of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell and for other purposes. Now, therefore, to accomplish the foregoing, the mayor and council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend the following ordinance, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this would be the second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Councilmember Hills, will you please call Chief Conroy forward?
Welcome back, Chief Conroy.
Thank you. I didn't go far. This is very similar to the last item related to the fee-setting resolution that has been previously passed by this mayor and city council. This is the one ordinance we found that had the fee inside the ordinance and not separated by the fee-setting resolution. So we're asking to make that change from the permit fee shall be $25 and change that to set by the mayor and city council. And that has already been approved in the fee-setting resolution.
Thank you, Chief. Any comments or questions from council? There being none, Councilmember Hills, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Motion to approve the text amendments to Chapter 10, Licenses, Taxes, and Business Regulations, Section 10.9.9, Fee of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances, second reading.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Do I have a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Mortland. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for your time this evening. Before we leave, I would like to just make a personal comment. It is July the 11th, Monday, July the 11th, and it's if anybody's paying attention, for real, this amazing council, Councilmember Lee Hills, Councilmember Mike Palermo, Councilmember Peter Vanstrom, Councilmember Christine Hall, Councilmember Will Mortland, the staff led by Randy, the courage shown by these 5 elected city council members continues to be impressive. It continues to serve the city. I hope my brother and sister residents are paying attention to the work that this city council is doing, to the courage that they're demonstrating. They are taking the lion by the tiger, or the tiger by the tail. They're taking the tiger by the tail, and they're doing things that were unforeseen and going to new uncharted territory, doing things that people have been afraid to do. This council deserves a lot of credit, so thank you guys very much. Mr. Davidson, we now go to the city attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. The only item I have is a recommendation for closure to discuss personnel, litigation, and real estate.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion for closure? Motion for closure by Councilmember Hills. I have a second by Councilmember Palermo. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion for closure passes unanimously. Thank you. Being that there are no other items, this mayor and city council meeting of July 11th, not quite yet, July the 12th, 2022 is adjourned.